Good afternoon and a happy Friday to one and all. How is it going for all of you at the end of the week? The weekend's almost upon you. It's time to celebrate. It's time to enjoy yourself. It's time to relax. It's time to unwind. But also, it's time to heat up the kitchen a little bit and begin to sweat, which is why Kyatti just hydrated. Yeah, sweaty boy Kyatti. I don't think he's going to be trying to qualify for a certain land this weekend, which means full focus, of course, has to be on the KPMM. It's critical that he avoids Myriad so that he doesn't have to play at midnight his time. And bloody hell, look at that, mate. You'll avoid him all the way until semifinals. All right. So, we are going to be kicking off with Anatan versus Wham. This is the third place match from week number 3. For those that are not aware, this has been a new addition with KPMM Season 2, is we actually have third place matches now. That's right, we just keep leveling up. The idea is as we keep growing, as we keep getting bigger, we're going to add on pieces, you know? I'm the type of guy that I'd love to have a Gundam robot, right? I'd love to have like a full mech suit. But I'd be an idiot to get all the bells and whistles before like it's optimized and I've justified the purchase, you know? So you got to build up to that, you know? You don't immediately get the railgun, the rocket launchers, and the shotgun, right? You have to like, you have to work your way up to it. So that's what we've been doing here, which is why it's really nice that we're able to include the third place matches. I think it's a nice way as well to kick off the week Whether live or from recording, it just gives people a nice, spicy piece of content they're not going to get elsewhere between two sweaty lads. So, Anno's playing with Marine Lord? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. So, we are going to be having Wham versus Anno game number 1. Remember, we're clicking off on Cliffside. However, in week 4, which we'll have some games of today, hopefully, we are going to be having the new map, Danube Divide, as the default map. By the way, I don't know if Cavalry's around. I feel like we need to rename it. I feel like Danube Divided sounds a lot better. Like, instinctively, I keep wanting to call it Danube Divided. I don't know if I'm alone in that. But game 1 is going to be Sushi versus Ottomans. Not an unfamiliar sight here, actually. I believe... What was it? Sushi's been struggling a lot on this map. Against Ottomans and against House of Lancaster, actually. Which is interesting, because he did actually block out that pick. He pulled the Lancaster pick himself. But Ottos, I feel like Ottos are really, really good on this map. Like, in this matchup. But... let's get ready to get underway. Have I updated titles? Everything showing correctly? Yeah. So what we'll do, guys, by the way, is like the goal here will be today. We'll have the third place matchup. I think Kyatti's series is already ready for us to cast, which is fantastic after that. And then we'll probably check in on a few pub games to fill the gaps between people scheduling their series. I need to talk to Tommy about nudging people. I already bumped him. Like, we're using @here's. I'm like, we should be using @everyone's, because @here's don't... people don't get notifications if they are offline if you use an @here. Don't know if you guys knew that. That's why I use @here's instead of @everyone's, because I don't know, maybe I should @everyone, but for stream like activations, I figure like @hearing is better, so that people who are offline don't get the point of spam of like, hey, you missed this like stream. Maybe I should do that. Maybe it's like they need to feel guilty and sad that they missed out on it. Maybe that's the way. But anyway, let's get ready to hop into the first game. Whoopsie, didn't switch scenes. All right, here we go, guys. Sushi has been a civ many have struggled with, but maybe, just maybe, you don't need to struggle anymore. We've got a masterclass opportunity here as we're watching Wham versus Anatan in our third place decider series, where Sushi may get clipped fast. That's right, we are looking at the Ottoman pick here on Cliffside, a resoundingly good map for it, and we're even going to be getting the Dark Age Rax Rush play. Now, this is interesting because Wham, he's been in this situation before up against, I think it was House of Lancaster, where he did not go for the gold. He played a no mining camp build with Sushi, and it still ended up feeling like he missed out on something. Yeah, because the trade-off of what you're doing here is Wham, is by not going for the gold, you're not going to be able to get pro scouts, right? So we have got him moving out now. But the problem is, once the Ottoman shop, like, this is a very early shop for Ottos. Yeah, especially on a map like Cliffside. Like a normal dry Arabia, you can kind of get away with waiting this long to pull into the goal because it's a much bigger map. But on Cliffside, damn, it's so short of a distance, even Gimli wouldn't get tired running it, you know? Like, this is... So this is going to be rough. I think... Wham. Okay, yeah, so he knew. He definitely knew. I thought he was going to be setting up the mining cap, but he isn't. So he's intentionally pulled 200 gold. So this is to optimize his timing getting into Tech 2 without committing hard onto the gold at all. Unfortunately for him, I think he was genuinely not expecting the spears to arrive that quickly. So yeah, 104 gold. It's still going to make his tech up a little bit quicker because remember, he needs to get taxation for the rest. And remember, it's not that far off either. He only needs 170 gold, so just 62 shy. Yeah, still going to take a little bit of time. I think Anno's happy with this. You know, he's got 3 spearmen. Sure, it sounds a bit expensive. I think he could have stopped it too. 3's a little bit overkill, but if you think your opponent's still going to try to sneak pro scouts, it's good. Because the other thing that makes this ramp up really effective with Ottomans, guys, when you open like this, your opponent's immediately thinking, okay, Chiganu clears the target. But then, just as they're about to click the button, they go, hold on a second. If I build Chiganu, you're going to build Sipahi, right? Right? No, I wouldn't. I would definitely not build the best unit that I have as the Ottomans in Age 2. That would be disgraceful to me. So, like, this is the tricky part. It's like, if you want to access pro scouts, you need to be thinking Chug. And Chug is just not going to work against Sipahi at all. So it puts you in a really awkward bind here. You know, on a wider map, you probably don't even consider Chug either because of the distance and whatnot. But sometimes Cliffside can be truly suffocating. Yeah, just patrolling. Actually, props to him. Like, he made the Spearman play out perfectly. I thought, like, 2 would be good and 3 a little bit overkill for the purpose of the opening. But in fairness, he's already blocking all, like, access points. I mean, you don't really need the deer. But being out here is kind of cool because it means you're potentially blocking a snuck gold on the west side. But there is still openings in the center. It's just very risky for Wham to go there, considering it would put him closer to Anatan's base. So, Minaret Madrasa now on the way. Age up complete for Wham. And, you know, for a lot of civs, if they only had Chuganu and they're in this situation, they'd be royally screwed. But the beautiful thing is, the Chuganu civs have got taxation. So, let's shrug and easy peasy, as you can just start taxing to afford a few Chug. I'm trying to think how Shushi will eventually solve this problem on a map like Cliffside against Ulsos, or if it's just one of those situations where you cannot Craps Creek without a paddle. I think we've seen similar from House of Lancaster for similar reasons. Like, you know, it's a little bit different in the route, but at the polar extremes of Horsemen, Sipahi and Hobbler are this opening's worst nightmare, right? Because when you see Lancaster in this map, they open spears, you go Chug, and then they go Hobbler, and Hobbler have extra ranged armor anyway, so your Chug do no damage at all. So it's kind of interesting to think that multiple civs are coming at it from like different ends of the Horseman spectrum with the same outcome. So Wham, we'll be able to push the Spearman away. He's going to rush out towards gold, and he is rushing indeed. That's going to be 5 workers out towards gold because he knows the tech up is coming, but he also knows the Sipahi are quite expensive. And not the type of thing that you're immediately able to pop 4 out of at the start of an age up. She has a little bit of time to work with here. Fully tap it. Do you have spears to assist it as well? I don't know. Does he just maybe go straight up arch? No, it is going to be Sipahi. He hasn't scouted the Spearman, though. I'm pretty sure he didn't see that. Because the Chug came out first. And the Rats got placed on the left side. He's on the east side of the base. So he still needs to rotate around to sniff this one out. And there you go. Spearman walks forward. So now he has full confirmation of the comp. Likely we're going to be seeing more woodworkers into archer range here. And first Sipahi has been queued up. What can Wham do with this spawn? A lot of food directed west side, actually. Like, if he is able to stay out here, this map could become suffocating for Anno. The only problem is, like, Madrasa gives you an infinite food source. He's got 17 sheep as well. Wow. What? Man, Wham in these sheep games is rough, man. He got 6 sheep compared to 17. That is absolutely brutal. I feel bad, man. It's like, there's probably other players that get these extremes, but I feel like I see Wham with this more often than most. Bit of a harsh situation for him. Okay, so what do you do if you're Wham? Because you're going to need pro scouts. It's not negotiable, right? Like, you're either going to need pro scouts or playing out to deer. And I don't think you really want to take that risk coming out your base anyway. If Anno reads this, which should be fairly easy for him to read, given the amount of sheep he's got underneath his TC, right? Like, we're talking sheep levels where you think you've already got the Anatolian Hill sheep point. You've got so many, but he hasn't. So it should be kind of somewhat obvious to him what's happened on the sheep game if he hasn't checked underneath the TC already. Because this is the other thing, like, other civs with their town centers can kind of hide the amount of sheep to a certain degree. Like, you still see the silhouettes, but it's harder at a glimpse to see how much is going on there. But it's very obvious when a mill is barren, because when sheep get clubbed, they can die inside the TC slightly. You can see like there. That's not the case with mills. So very difficult to lie about your sheep count when you play mill. And yes, the IO is supervising the mill backwards. Welcome to the stupidity of this game. Actually, I think he supervised the stables, but here's the thing. Like, he could easily supervise the mill. It's a little bit of clownery. So if an Imperial official doesn't need to move to supervise a different building, he won't turn around. So, like, right now, they're splitting the deal, but, like, this one guy could be supervising this or this. It's very silly. I'm really hoping we get a UI upgrade. Nice snipe there. Anatan gets a kill with the Fortitude. Wow. Great timing there. Spears were rushing across, but not quick enough. Yeah, I'm really hoping the devs are going to add something, hopefully with the DLC, where when you supervise a building, you get the eye above the building. I don't know why that isn't a thing still. It just seems like a very obvious quality of life change that isn't too intense on the production cost. I know. He hasn't stopped the deer coming home, by the way. No, he's going to look to intercept on the east side. It's raw Sipahi only, so Anatan is just looking down micro. Yeah, so guys, the idea here is going to be that he goes in, he can stab a spear to death, pull away, and then uses imams. Remember, Anatan committed to the healer boy point straight away. No delay whatsoever, which was quite surprising, actually. Nice stab. Oh, he finds the Chug on the wide. Really nice pick there. Yeah, no hesitation to commit the Fortitude either. He just wants quick kills and outs before reactions come in. And in fairness, like Fortitude, 50 seconds isn't the longest wait in the world for what you get from it. And oh, wait. Did Wham just send everything out? He did, right? He's only got Chug in the base. So Sipahi, they were considering the dive. It's weird, though. Anatan's holding back a lot of troops here. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe he's playing this kind of like a discount Abbey of Kings where you circulate. So you have like two different groups. One comes home, then they get healed. The other one goes in again. I mean, definitely makes sense. For Sipahi is ample for raiding. Definitely much better if you have the Bloomery. Because right now, for Sipahi with one volley of attacks will do 48 damage, which doesn't kill Worker. But you get the Bloomery and you're doing 52. And now the Archer switch. These pesky bloody Sipahi. He's got the ranged armor, and this is exactly why Shushi hate Ottomans. That one extra ranged armor makes it feel impossible for your Chug to do anything. Yeah, because even the standard archers are going to have access to 2 ranged armor now. Healer boys coming around. Sipahi are still flank rotating. I think Wham's had enough of sitting around. He's looking to send it. This is dicey, though. If he can't commit directly deep into the base, find worker kills, it's going to cost him plenty more at home. This is a scary army. 10 Sipahi. I've seen players lose the game because of this many. Well, we'll look to move away, but the problem is there's way too many villages at this stage in the game. Horsemen are just going to jump in on top of the spears. Trying to bring them down, able to do so cleanly. We'll dive in, finds a worker kill, but not really the high-value targets he was looking for there. Ends up costing him, what, 1 Sipahi? Maybe the drummer boy just barely gets away with the meta. But the thing he done there that was well played is Wham had to pull everything home. Yeah, there's no presence in the mid-map. Like, sure, you'd be like, why did he bring the Chug back? Because if he doesn't bring the Chug back, he splits his army in 2. He now runs the risk that the Sipahi rotate around and catch you off guard. So, just an awkward situation where you're forced to go back to full defensive. Nano is going to look to just reconvene his armies. I believe the Imams, yeah, they are on the way. Because this is the thing, the Sipahi took a lot of damage there. So there's high-value healing. Is starting to hold some reserves of resources, but tricky to tech here. Especially with the gold exposed on the front side. He's going to start stepping up. Anatan just going to snipe what he can. Actually looking for the worker kill. Didn't quite get it. The Sipahi do poke in here. This is awkward on the range. Archers slightly outrange the Chug, so you can kind of bait them into a slight overextension and then use the light cav. Make no mistake about it, though. This is a battle of micro. Anatan has got the AoE heal. Village is going to start getting burnt again. Wham. I mean, you see on the body count, right? Like, it's scary when you start losing Spearmen this quickly. Holds them far back. Sipahi able to pull away. Anatan won't be able to find more here. I think he was trying to bait Wham into a slip up there, but holds his cool, holds his composure. Pro Scouts is struggling now that it's done the initial. Yeah, in fairness, though, he's got 50% of the deer on the map. So like, this has been pretty good for Wham. I think what Anno wants is for Wham to age up. Like, that is the trap here. And it's good that Wham has identified that. Like, just aging up here, you're going to get dove. And Sapahi being such a good unit, an overwhelming unit, like, it would break you on the tech. Yeah, like, if you think about this way of the count right now, for Wham to tech, you'd have to minus about 16 units-ish. So that would give Anatan a 1.5x military lead. More than that, though, when you talk about army value, like, the difference is crazy here. Yeah, 5.6k to 3.8. The worrisome part, though, is, like, as you scale these Sapahi, there is a hop-off point for Ottomans to go castle themselves. Like, going castle with mass Sapahi isn't a bad play. It's also very tricky to counter aggro, because you're going to have to rush into the cavalry waiting. Spin those cav. Wait. Oh, what? Okay. That was a little bit worrisome. Yeah, so this is the problem. The Sapahi, Anatan's now starting to scale 2 groups. It's only a small group on the defensive, but if he gets away now, he has the healing, right? So, like, all damage done will be offset. Anno is marching home as Wham has had enough of this crap. The spearmen are following behind, which is a problem. That means you could easily get backstabbed. 13 spearmen. It's decent. That can get cleared fast. And it looks like Wham is feeling confident. He's trying to cut him off. And for good reason. Anatan, he built an outpost up here. Will be forced to garrison it. Wham goes in for the attack. It's only 12 spearmen, though. Sapahi from both sides. Anatan, has he been gifted the perfect surround? He's going to try to commit into this. Ranged armor is activated. The Sapahi do not feel more than an itch. Wouldn't even call it a scratch. No, only 1 damage per bolt. Impossible to do more. And archers, they're doing a great job of sniping this out. Wham knows that time is not on his side. He's getting worn down here. Spearman overcommitting. Another 3 go down. Make it 4. Sapahi count is holding steady. And this is the break point he's been looking for. Anatan has got the surge. The spears are dead. And the Sapahi are completely left to the wolves. Struggling with Shushi. This is how you resolve it. Ottoman Mass Sapahi. The nightmare of every Chug boy ever born. Damn. That was beautifully done. Well played by Anatan. You know, it looked a bit scary for a moment there. It looked like Wham was going to be the one who actually got the pin on him. But great reaction. Gets the outpost up, which came in clutch. Garrisons it to slowly whittle him down, which forces Wham into a weird situation where he needs to reconnect his armies. But now he's diving an outpost, which is just getting free kills. And then the rotation, the positioning, just understanding that dynamic requires the spears to be forced forward. And forcing it so easily, so elegantly. The extra health in particular really helps with Sapahi there, because, you know, it feels like several of those were probably close to death. They just don't fall like normal horsemen would. And did someone say my microphone's got a problem? Are we okay? I hope so. I need to bump my contacts next week. I don't know if... I've tried the different cable. I don't know if it's the XLR or the microphone. So I'm probably going to bump both of them to send new ones. Just to be safe. Because we have had that cutoff problem that disappeared for ages, but very rarely occasionally comes back. Which is confusing as all hell. Okay, game number 2, we're heading into Gorge. It's going to be Byzantine versus Delhi. I mean, really good map for Delhi, right? I feel like we've been seeing most players kind of avoid this map with the Biz pick. Alright, here we go. One quick game down. Could it be another? We hop into game number 2. It's going to be Gorge this time, where Anatan has opted for the Byzantines. Wham takes to the Delhi. On what feels like you might as well call it the home map here. Yeah, really just a natural fitting for Delhi picks. Gorge of all maps. The centrally located sacred sites on the way to your opponent's base. The lack of safe food close to the base and the exposure on the flanks. Something that cavalry exploit very well. Curious to see how Anatan resolves this, because we haven't... I feel like the Byzantine picks haven't really been coming out here as often. They've been reserved for other maps. Whereas, if you look at Wham's draft, you know, you're probably thinking Delhi, Rus, Lancaster, but Delhi kind of feels king and most obvious here. So Wham... No, his pick may be a little bit blatant. Means that Anatan clearly has something in mind. Yeah, really curious to see what that is. You know, there used to be a really dominant way for Delhi to win this matchup. Do you guys know that? Back in the Tower of Victory meta, there was a really powerful build around just spamming archers with Ghazi. Because usually what the Byzantine players would do is they'd build javs. But the problem was the archer count got high too quickly and the attack speed allowed them to trade out well into javs. It's a really weird time. I say it's a really weird time because we just don't actually ever see the commitment to Tower of Victory anymore. And I wouldn't expect to see it here. By the way, really good spawn for Wham. Unless Anatan plays aggressive, this is just all free real estate. Double deer on the east side, double berry on the west. So he can lean west for his economy and then pull deer with the pro scouts later. The only risk, of course, is if Anatan has an aggressive line in mind here that involves him rushing out. I'd just be surprised by it, to be honest with you. Like, I don't feel like as a Byzantine player, you're going to rush out your base with longbows, for example. That's very dangerous to do into Delhi Ghazi, you know, even if you have the Spimman to assist you. I know, how's his sheep game looking? Yeah, thank God Gorge just doesn't break anymore. There was a time where the sheep spawns were completely lopsided, but it seems they've been fixed now for a while, right? Thanks to the EGC Gorge, which I believe Cavalli made this one as well. Shout out to him fixing that. I think they improved it on the ladder, and correct me if I'm wrong, so maybe someone in chat knows for sure. I think sometimes the ladder map still has sheep spawn issues, which is why EGC Gorge was created in the first place. Because you can see, like, we've got, you know, 16 sheep to 16 on the other side. Maybe Anatan got like 1 or 2 extra sheep because I think he snuck in here ahead of his opponent. Because remember, he'll gather from sheep early, whereas Wham will go on berries. That being said, didn't go hardcore into them, right? Only 5. Pub Gorge is still iffy. Yeah, you know, I think one of the things that kind of does frustrate me sometimes, I wish we had a little bit more vulnerability from the developers to admit that they're just not doing an X or Y map right. It's okay to get maps wrong and then just use other people's. But the reason why, I don't think it comes from a place of ego like we know best and we make best maps. I think it comes from a misaligned desire to make all maps relevant at all sizes. Like, I'm not sure if EGC Gorge can even spawn in team games, or if it can, if it spawns reliably in team games. And the developers are very obsessed with making sure that maps that are created function in 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think over time they've started to let go of that concept as much. For example, maps like Water Lanes, you know, it clearly had a team dynamic in mind, not a 1v1, right? They're not as obsessive as they once were. But it does still have this kind of leaking detail if you can't get maps made by the community that aren't authenticated for like larger games pushed through. So it looks like we have got extra assistance coming in. Anatan is already setting up for a greedy berry play down the line. Grand Winery about to complete. Delhi should be opening the stables. Pretty standard stuff here so far. Wham. Does he look to open with just Ghazi? I think normally here you just want to stick Ghazi. Like, one of the nice things about Delhi, other civs might need to preempt a switch to prep for the change of the game, right? Of what your opponent's going to do. But the cool thing about Delhi is because they can stick scholars inside of the buildings, they don't need to rush up ahead of time a solution. They can knee-jerk react because of how quickly they produce. Like, right now, it takes 25 seconds for Ghazi. Stick a scholar in, down to 12 seconds. It's ridiculous, right? And you know, that's a powerful tool. We've seen it used by civs like China and Shushi as well, where they can knee-jerk react to a counterplay and still be prepped to react to it in time. Whereas, you know, you look at civs that don't have as much production value in the early game in particular, you know, like Abbasids, English, etc., they get hard counterplayed out because they're just miles behind on the counter. So Rack's coming in. Does he go javelins? Anno is a lover of neutral mercs, but that shouldn't be happening in this game. It's way too far away. Wow, with the first Ghazi arriving. Akratoy is available, so he can defend himself here. It's just annoying because you're not going to pinch a Ghazi kill easily. Not to mention the Ghazi can then afterwards just walk back and get healed by the Scholar that will be moving out to the Sacred Site in about 2 minutes. Ghazi, wow. I mean, he just made that look so simple. I know maybe a little bit greedy hanging around. I think also maybe just putting a bit too much value on Akrotoy. Because Akrotoy against Horseman is actually super effective, but against Ghazi, I don't rate it as highly. The problem with Ghazi is that Ghazi have 12 base damage. So Akrotoy defense doesn't change the amount of hits it takes to kill you, right? Like, normally, you have to hit 5 times, because 12 times 4 would be 48. You need the 5th. Barely, but you need it. So if you add 2 extra armor in, that puts you down to 10 damage on a 50 health unit. So yeah, this is like one of those weird situations, similar with Sipahi as well, where Akrotoy defense just doesn't really change much about the cavalry's kill time. So the only time you really want to use it, basically, is when you're trying to actually kill them. Merkhouse now coming through. And wait. I said surely he wouldn't. He actually has. Oh, this is why we love Anatan's Byzantines. He actually might be the funnest player to watch play this Civ. I mean, it's interesting, actually. Both of these players have been remarkably entertaining on Byzantines recently. Like, props to Wham, man. His approaches have been... Well, sometimes it's the losses or the way he loses that makes it entertaining, but even when he wins, it's impressive. But Anatan, with the proxy Merkhouse, and reminder, this produces 50% quicker. So it doesn't take you that long to get these knights out. This is going to be a powerful timing. Especially if Wham doesn't realize it, because right now, Wham has eyeballs on the base. He doesn't see any reaction yet. He hasn't seen Horseman, so he's probably going to be playing quite wide and loose with where his economy goes. Scholar's now moving out to the middle of the map, and this is the other thing I like about these knights. They can be great at sniping those Scholars. The 1-2 tappers are pretty effective. Blacksmith also coming in, so Anatan has gone for Archer Spear. And Nano, now with a dive in. Wham! He's about to get the bad news. It's going to be, what, a double kill? No, he actually ran out of the charge there. Oh, that's unfortunate. Anno, he clicked on the same villager, so when that villager died, the charge ended for the other knight, right? And he was too close to activate the charge onto the other villager. So he missed out on a kill. Took a lot of damage as well. 55 HP remaining in that knight. Ghazi are quicker, and also do get bonus against knights. Yeah, and this is like the gamble of this. Anatan was just looking for this for raiding, not direct. Be disastrous if he can't get them home, and that's exactly what's going to end up happening here. One knight goes down, the other one gets cut off. I know. Maybe gets it out of this, but it's barely going to be alive. An expensive loss this early on. Remember, Anatan cannot spam up knights like French can. He cannot get chivalry. He's at least pressed in to deny Wham the sacred site. So it was an initial capture, but won't last much longer. North side is being capped, though. The knight now heading up to react to that isn't great, though. Like, that knight will probably lose to the Ghazi, I think. Maths on it will be tight. Ghazi can do 14 damage per strike. You've got 60 HP. Reduced by 3. You need, what, 6 hits to kill? I think Ghazi needs 5? Definitely 5 now. So it just goes for the Scholar. That's not going to work either. So he ends up sacking the second knight. Yeah, not going to be a kill. Scholar survives on 33 HP. Scout will have to leave as well. I know has at least decapped the central sacred site. He has got more knights coming, but this isn't exactly what I call a quick, scary scaling comp. No, remember, the way you have to treat knights here isn't the way French do. It's not about direct combat. It's not about this big engagement where they're game-changing. It's raiding. Remember, when Byzantines look most threatening is when they're able to scale their mercenaries. You know, Anatan has already lost 50% of those. Villagers are going to get caught out trying to set up on the berries. Will pull away as the Ghazi were rotating. Just so frustrating for Anatan. Like, he knows what he needs to do. He knows his comp can be capable of winning this without mercs eventually. But he needs time. And the issue is when you're playing full defensive like this, time is hard to purchase when Ghazi raiders come knocking. Dive into the base. No undermesh. Anatan has got Steel Arrow coming, so good time for Wham to leave the base. Doesn't hang around. Sacred sites are now being captured, though. And this time, it looks like Wham's going for the triple. Not just that. Come on. Are you kidding me? Villagers out on the berries get caught building the tower. And one Ghazi's going to do a lot of damage here. There's no Akratoy defense. There's no breakaway. If you leave now, you know more horsemen are coming. So just has to hard commit. You may not even realize actually they're dying right now, as there are little pings happening elsewhere. So loses 2 workers. Will save the other 3, but still expensive losses, and it's adding up. Is Wham skipped on villager production? He got textiles, that explains 1. There's still another worker unaccounted for here, so it looks like Wham had some slight idle TC. Still, even with the idle TC, this is a hell of a lot of income now securing the sacred sites. And that's exactly why Anatan is just trying to deny it. I know. What level system is he at? 3's respectable. So he's getting like an extra 5 villages? 5 or 6 villages worth of gathering. The problem is he's just not ever scaling these knights. He has 20 spearmen to match the Ghazi. That's not an incredible number. And there's always going to be this awkward point where Anno has to split up to try and decap the sacred sites. Right? And I think that's what Wham's trying to fish for. Yeah, you can see Anatan, what he's trying to do is just get past that point. Right? This game becomes really frustrating when you have to keep Benny Hillsing between sacred sites. But if you can just wedge into the enemy base, sacred sites don't matter. He's not going to get out for them, and you don't have to dance the dance. The difficulty of that, of course, is you would be diving into the enemy base where they should just be favored on production, favored on size. Definitely favored on value. This is crazy. 6,600 to 4,000 in army value. It's not a scam. It's not a lie. It's just the true value of these Ghazi. And the scholar value is definitely inflating it a bit. I'll give credit there, but it's still a noteworthy lead for Wham. I love that. Wham is already camping with just 2 archers back here. Anatan doesn't know. He's going to have to make a move for it soon. Well, I guess you can play on deer. You're definitely not getting more mercs, but I guess, like, actually, weirdly enough, mercs don't matter at this stage, right? Like, I don't think you're ever scaling the mercenaries the way you want. So maybe he won't get caught out on that backside. But second game in a row where we're going to get that cavalry dance, and it's looking spooky. We had Sipahi dominating, and now it's going to be Ghazi domination. Limitane step up. The archers get the free trade out. And there is nothing premium about this army, folks. Anatan has no upside. He's completely behind, and he looks completely washed out on this game. 34 to 28 archers. Barely any Limitane left. The moment that final spear goes down is Ooga Booga A-click. We're pretty much at Ooga Booga A-click point anyway. Only 8 spearmen left. Even the scholars showing up to provide the heal. This looks done. Anatan is about to be toast. The Ghazi, moments from getting that full commitment they've been waiting for. TC has to be garrisoned. Limitane pull forward. But as the archers pull back, it makes Wham's life even easier. Just trades out of them. He cuts the fight to the south side of the Grand Winery and chases into the workers. And that right there should be curtains. Yeah, it's just too much firepower underneath the TC. You know, a few Ghazi left alive that can go chasing on the flanks. But now full idle underneath the main base. Army's been wiped, and game is gonna get called. A just as swift response out of Wham in the second has you start wondering if we're looking at a speedy best of 5. Did Anno lose all his mercs? Yeah, he just couldn't scale them. The knights are expensive, and they're very easy to lose in these type of situations. So yeah, I wasn't too surprised they just kept getting melted. I thought he'd get a few more worker kills, though. Unfortunately for him, just not the case. 1 second. Ah, there we go. I might actually upload this one as a full one video. Might try that again. I don't know if people like it. I feel like last time, because people asked me in the past like about doing full series uploads, and I feel like people just hate them. At least that's what the viewer retention tells. Because, like, you know, if you think about the way you approach YouTube, you go on YouTube for something, and you click on a video, right, based on it promising something. And you want it to deliver that something. But once it's delivered that something, you're done with it, right? So how do you advertise that? Do you just say it's a full series? That's very... people aren't going to click on that, right? Like, you see tournament channels with this all the time. They just don't have good good viewership because of that. So you have to kind of make it quirky. So do you make it about one of the games? If you make it about a game deeper, people aren't going to hang around to that point. They'll just click off. If you make it about the first game, then people will watch the first game, get their resolution, right? Their codes will tell because they got what they wanted, and then they'll leave. Especially, like, and you know, some people are like, but yeah, I still want to watch more games. It's like, yeah, but you have that kind of reset of motion where you've now, okay, the game is over, go next. So it's always very weird. Anyway, me just theory crafting out loud. 1-1. Let's get ready for the next. I've been hearing from a few players recently, they think that Ibids might be the next come-up Civ, the one that will be ban-worthy in a few months from now. So let's see actually what they're made of, as they cut their teeth against one of the old-school broken Civs. Wham with the Roos in game number 3. Anatan in this best of 5 will be taking to Ibids as we hop in to Sunken Lands. Yeah, I pick an interesting one here. Anatan has always been one of those more creative players in his approach, trying to find these new builds. Haven't really seen him experiment as much in recent weeks, but if you guys remember when Dervish Wing started to come in, he was the player who started it, really. You know, he was practicing on the ladder hyper early, back when you were just doing fast castle all the time. Then the Deer Shove meta came, then the Desert Raider Hagro meta came, and Anatan was all over that, sinking his teeth into it. But I think there's been a big question mark about what the next Giga broken build will be. What is the next direction IU could head in? Could it be Trade Wing? And Faye finally plays in tournaments? Or are we going in a completely different direction? Wow. Oh, what? Bruh. Are you... Has Wham been scrimming with Marine Lord? I'm so, like, what? Are you kidding me? That is a jackpot spawn on Sunken Lands. 2 hunting cabins, both with 33, then 38 trees. Normally you get, like, what, around 25-ish trees, let's say, on average? If you push 30, you're happy. There's definitely some overlap, but it just doesn't matter. It's embedded. You've created a concave tree line. It doesn't matter that you have slight overlap here. There's maybe, like, 8, 9 trees that are clipped with each other. It's still good. Look at this. He's getting 26 gold and 24. This is 50 gold a minute, pre-2 minutes. That's ridiculous. At a point where you only have 12 villages, you're essentially getting like a 15 to 20% increase in economy. And I know he is going to go for that logistics wing, so he hyped it up. I mean, we saw this in great effect. If you guys remember, in week number 3, in the semi-finals up against B, we had the Ibid versus Abasa game where Anatan was just vibing throughout, loving the state of the game. With his Dervish into Fast Castle. Now, I don't know if Fast Castle is going to be as simple. Not against Roos. The other interesting thing here is, like, the reason why you want logistics is because this is going to be a relic race. Like, that's the key objective. Roos might go pro scouts as well, but we know that's, like, to punch your ticket. The final destination is going to be relics. Interesting spawn, by the way. The back deer might be something that Anatan can fall back onto after he techs. It's really easily wallable, right? Like, it's a nice kind of area to kind of secure because you've got your tree line here and the back one as well, which also organically protects you. So you'd be locking in, what? I think that ends up being 3,500 food. Securing your gold, securing your wood lines. Eventual farms, maybe, if you ever need it. Decent spawn. Wham, on the other hand, won the gold game, man. Like, double back gold, but he won it on a civ that it doesn't really matter with. You don't often see Roos going gold, and honestly, folks, I'd be surprised to see it here. In this matchup in particular, against Ibids, the reason why Roos go gold is because they want to do knights. You don't really want to be doing knights against the camel civ. It's a recipe for disaster. And yep, it is a nice place for a high trade house. He'll probably... So you could delete the hunting cabin. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get the best value possible, but I expect him just to drop the high trade house maybe here, depending on how he's chopped the tree line. But like, if he's optimal in the way he chops, like let's say he sticks the lumber camp here, he'll take out these trees. By the time he techs up, there'll just be a nice square point here to wedge himself into. All right, logistics here. Pro scouts on the other side already queued up. No delay needed when you get hunting cams like that. No, no. Wham. Wait. I don't. I mean, this is like when you get out of the shower and for some reason there's a plumber standing there. You're not sure whether to blush or flex. He's gone double stables. Desert Raider build? Or horseman? Either or, right? I mean, horseman's interesting to intercept on the pro scouts, but it has to be, right? Yeah, desert raiders, there we go. Takes a long time to get out, but this is the powerful play with the dervish. It's very hard to contest. I wonder why this is the awkward part. Like, you see it. There's a gamble to this. Like, if you're wrong and it's not desert raiders, you've just counted yourself. But he trusts, like, double stables. Why would you need that? You're not thinking horseman. Most people would only need double stables for desert raiders due to how long they take to produce. Love this. 1 scout versus 5. Who would win? I don't know. Maybe the guy with the unease on his side and the healing. Doesn't seem very fair, you know? Body blocks as well. I know, just being cheeky. I love this. Wait. Why did he give... I guess he had other things to focus on. That's a bit unfortunate. I think he might have been able to get that kill. Really, if not the kill, at least you would have forced the drop. Instead of back away. So first deer do come in for Wham. First desert raid is now arriving, and Anatan is full gung-ho. Yeah, it's not going to stop. Constant queue up of 2 expected here. He's definitely got the food income for it. First desert raid now arriving. We'll just try to block the pro scout, so it doesn't even go after the archer. Yeah, will be a forced drop. So we'll have to bail on all of these deer carcasses. And now you have to be very careful. Yeah, you don't want to step up because these archers, it's all about reaching critical mass. If you fail to reach critical mass, then desert raiders will slowly pick you apart because they'll heal between fights you won. Problem is, Wham knows what else can come out of the stables. Horsemen are already on the way. What concerns me is Wham's reaction into knights. Yeah. Why not spears? I guess the concern there is, like, your opponent can pivot from desert raiders if he's, like, doing this with archery range plus stables, which can make sense because desert raiders are produced out of both. Then you're setting yourself up to get countered. But I don't know, man. I feel like archer spear here probably seems a lot better for standing your ground. Maybe the thought for Wham is he wants to raid. So these knights aren't meant for a fight. They're meant to just aggro onto the other side of the map. Yeah, that actually does make a lot of sense. Because there's no way you're building knights to fight into desert raiders, guys. Like, they shred you. Desert raiders hit just as hard as a knight. Because a knight's going to hit for 19, but a desert raider's going to hit for 26. And they have more armor, by the way. They have 5 melee armor compared to 3. So the difference in health doesn't really matter. Like, you are going to end up struggling in those fights while paying a premium. Yeah, so for Wham, it's really going to come down to his ability to snipe out the desert raiders. But that's where the logistics wing is so powerful in Feudal. Really underrated to this day. You know, we've been seeing a lot more of it, but for a long time, it almost just felt like it was a glorified deer shoving tool. Now we're getting back to people just having to utilize it fully. And if there's been one big major development at the pro level in 2025, it's been Feudal healing. It's almost like we forgot how broken it was to the point that it had to be nerfed back when Delhi done it in the early days. But even after all those changes, it's still a powerful, powerful tool. That's why we've been seeing Ottomans do a lot better in recent months. And we'll be seeing the same for Ivids for sure. I know. Gets a freebie. Archer count is getting up a bit. I mean, in fairness to Wham, he did pull back the second group of deer here. And now we get the spear switch. Okay. Gotta be careful not to trickle these out, though. Oh. Needs to finish that one off. Desert Raiders, they're going to peel back the injured. One of them is going to go down there. The Horsemen starting to reach in. The Knights are incredibly low here. Yeah, 2 of them at death's door. Desert Raiders just shy of being insta-killed. This has to be infuriating for Wham. Doesn't have enough to get those kills. We'll be able to chase that one down at the end. Anatan now swelling up Horseman production, but maybe Wham's delayed switch over Spearman is going to pay due dividends here. Because it doesn't feel like Anatan's taking due diligence. Right? He's never set up those archery ranges. He doesn't have a pivot. And in fairness to him, I wouldn't have expected him to go archers anyway. Like, why would you want to go archers up against Bruce? They produce archers much better than you. They get 20% more wood. So you're just kind of griefing yourself. It's like being against English and saying, I'm just going to build archers. Oh, do you have like a perk? You know, are you like, you know, do you gather more wood? Do you have like extra stats? No, silly. I'm Malian. Wait, so why are you building like archers? Just build the javelins, right? It doesn't make sense. So for that reason, I'm expecting Anno to just stick cavalry. That also allows him to intercept. And great strike there. Gets the double kill on the injured knights. Horsemen now looking to jump in. Barely any spears here, but they do get bogged down on them. That buys some time for the retreat. Man does turn around with the knights. Desert Raiders are keeping their distance, by the way. Yeah, he's respecting that archer ball. He knows it can insta-kill him. Maybe he's had enough. Melee mode switch. He chases on in. Horsemen are starting to connect. That archer count, if it gets any lower, he's not going to have the ability to kill these guys. And there we go. Elegant micro. Anatan pulls away. And the horsemen get deep enough that the archers are overextended. This is the break. Wham! Can't stand his ground here anymore. Knights have to run. At this point, archers don't really feel like they should be beating the Desert Raiders. Somehow, they do get another kill there. Gotta be careful to commit with these knights. Yeah, melee mode from the Desert Raiders is a big deal. Gets him low. In fairness to Wham, though, props to it. He baited his opponent to hang around, gets additional camel kills here. While all this is going on, Wham, I believe, has been trying to sneak more deer. Yeah, got them home off the west side. Anno is playing his back deer now. You'd argue H3 archers against English speed? That's different, though. That's very different. So what did we just say? We said you need to pick a civ that doesn't really have any advantage going archers. H3 has a quadrillion advantages going archers. But like, for example, Malians, their advantage is, I want this one on Castle Age, but in the Feudal Age, they wouldn't have an advantage, right? So it'd be very odd. I understand. He's indeed trying to find his way to Castle. The problem is, the archer count is getting high enough that he's losing Desert Raiders now. So the plan's starting to unravel. And this, by the way, is the power of deer gathering. It's allowing Wham to swell up like this. Military wing is going to get activated. Anatan, 2 minutes away now from reaching Castle. He'll have to bail on the deer. He's got barely any sheep at home. And the berries on the east side don't exactly look safe either. This is somewhat of a shaky foundation for a plan. What is up, Aaron Paul? I see you with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It's the beginning of week number 4. We begin it, as always, with the third place from the previous week. But then we've got a fat bracket to sink our teams into. Does Wham know? He's seen the berries, right? He's got to be getting suspicious, right? He scouted out the deer gathering spot. And yeah, here we go. He steers into it. So sees outposts. Anatan will break for it. This is quite a lot of torches. Yeah, with the spearman, most definitely. It's probably going to force Anatan to try and defend. The horsemen are coming back now. Wham. He does see it, though. Burn is quick. Archers are going to pull back now just to react to this. Now post. It's going to be bailed on. Anatan, he catches Wham not looking, so he runs away when he can. It's like all but one villager will get out, but the Dervish are expensive here. Greed from Wham. He tries to get the double kill. Might still get it. Reaches, but goes for a DR instead. Doesn't get additional worker kills. 25 seconds away now for Anatan. Somehow, he minimizes the casualties. Losing a Dervish is expensive, sure. Only if you're staying feudal. Now that it's going castle, it's not that big of a deal breaker, but this might be. High trade house now on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. The feudal lasted a lot longer from Wham than expected. So he does go onto the backside of the tree line. It looks like it's going to be a good one, because that right there is a concave. I know. He has got the back gold, but it's barely got anything left. So 800 gold. Camel Lancers are... Was it 110? I mean, he can afford probably about 6 Camel Lancers, best case scenario. This is going to be hard. Desert Raiders versus Vet Archers. I'm backing the Vet Archers to win that. But, you know, Anatan does have an opportunity to do something kind of crazy here. And he is doing it. He's got elite techs, or rather veterancy techs for Horsemen and Raiders. Like, if you don't focus heavily on Camel Lancers and instead focus on Horsemen, you have a way of breaking Wham. It's a bit of a gamble, because if Wham realizes and does what he's doing right now, queues up Knights, it will fall apart. High Trade House. 74 gold in the first ticket, so looking about 148. Damn. That is a nice trade house. He's on level 2 bounty, so expected to be a bit better, and it's going to get better than that soon. Yeah, he's almost got tier 3 bounty. 149. Wham. Veterancy just kicked in, and the scout has found him. Anatan just ran out of gold back here, which might be his saving grace. However, he's not looking. He's not moving the idle villagers. The jump comes in, and Wham finds the workers. No immediate reaction. Anatan now down on eco. Main clash in the center. Desert Raiders have got the advantage on upgrades, but not for long. Veterancy about to engulf the entire Rus army. And the Knights able to chase on through. I mean, Anatan is starting to fall apart. He needs a raid. He needs something big. Horsemen, they're posturing for exactly that. Villagers look like they might be exposed. Kills off some archers to chase. We've got a play onto the board already, so Wham has secured additional food. Auto time is annoying, but it's just not going to end him. And now the Knight reaction coming through with spears. Anno looking hard countered here. Yeah, spears is kind of just the bread and butter to counter everything at this rate. Anatan likely going to have to consider an archer switch or Springolds. You can build Springolds with the camels, remember, because he picked military wing. Problem is, you're heavily outnumbered. If you build Springolds, you're abandoning them, right? Like, the issue with building Springolds here for the comp that Anatan chose is it's all about mobility. And he sacrifices mobility the moment he switches siege. You know, range units like archers kind of more affordable because they can... They're less of an investment per unit. They can get away easier. Make no mistake about it. Anna's going to need something soon. Outpost has secured that corner. He just scouted him moving out to the west side. And the Knights are going to be held in reserve. He actually sends the spears instead. I mean, in fairness, Wham doesn't have many Knights right now. It's kind of weird he sent spears, though. I mean, they're the ones that can get away from the cavalry, but it means archers are defending against horsemen. Weird position to fight him, but it kind of works out. Shivs come out as well, and Anatan panics. He knows there's no way. The Knight, the spears, they just showed up in the corner. He calls GG straight away. Wow. Felt like a little bit of a maybe early GG, but you can see that it's not looking good for Anatan. So I'm not entirely surprised by that GG call. So Wham, he will get the win. Great start to the series for Anatan, but it's falling apart quickly. So up next, we are heading into front range. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. Guys. If you've been watching Anatan on front range, you might notice something wrong with the draft. We're going to get into it. Actually, have we got it set up the right way? There we go. If you're familiar with Anatan and his effectivity on this upcoming map, you'll notice something wrong with this draft straight away. Anatan's broken and unbeatable pick has been picked, but by his opponent. He is not able to wield Order of the Dragon here on front range. Front range where he went unbeaten with that Civ pick. Instead, he's forced to go to the English because Wham snatched it away. And Wham is going to be going into a Mongol pick here. for game number 4. He wins here. He's our 3rd place victor for Season 2, week number 3 of the Midweek Muster, our $20,000 esports circuit. And man, this is so far been brutal and fast, right? I feel like every game has just been a speed run to the finish. And we might get that again. I mean, we're playing on front range here. Front range is the type of map that tends to actually be very quick. It's not often we've seen people being able to achieve that 30-minute plus timing, which just makes sense. It's a very different map, and a lot of people need to learn it. For those that want to learn it, I recommend checking it out. This is created by Avali, who's made a lot of great maps for Age of Empires 4. This actually might be his best work yet. You've got very limited food in your base, very limited gold, but the map pulls you in 2 opposite directions. For your food, it's south and center. For your gold, it's north. Now, there is a little bit of acceptance of the deer up here, but most people aren't willing to gamble their economy up into the mountains early on. No, instead, they find it safer to do the full split. Quite often, we've seen people just take the full aggressive route, which is why Wham's Mongol pick just makes a lot of sense. Diver player going for boar, by the way. I actually thought that Anatan might try for this, but the problem is, if you go for a boar play on this map, Mongols will open up with stables. And you'll die. Because the boar is very far away from your base. So yeah. It seems unusual. Like, I just wanted to really emphasize that, because a lot of people, if they've been watching this map right now and they've seen English picks, we've hyped them up for the early boar presence because other civs can't contest them. Other civs can't really play boar. That's also, by the way, why Wham didn't go boar himself. Yeah, he even had the stables being prepped, then realized it wasn't going to happen. So there was a little bit of intent there. And by the way, the reason why Wham can't go boar, yes, he can get horsemen like we highlighted, but if he goes boar first and gets seen, Anatan can just pull villagers. And the fact that you now don't have 5 to 8 villagers gathering food makes it incredibly difficult to produce horsemen. So yeah, instead, it's just going to be a play into H2. Anatan is now going to move for that boar. With the council hall, this makes a lot of sense. Remember, he's going to have longbow pump straight away and likely spearman to assist. You think a Abbasid Delhi feudal push may work here? I'm not entirely convinced by Abbasids. We just highlighted that boar is the #1 most valuable play on this map, and Abbasids have no claim to it. Same with Delhi. The most successful picks have all been boar themed, except for one, and that's Ottomans. But Ottomans make a lot more sense for their auras and their scaling point. Also, you know, compared to Delhi and Abbasids, it's a civ that has ways of offsetting the food issues in this game. So like an Ottoman pick would get you sheep with a vizier point, and it would also get you a landmark that generates food. Yeah, and that's also why Japan's been quite popular here. Japan, with the Kura storehouse, gets farms for free. So that concerning point of running out of food doesn't really happen as much to them as other civs. Same reason why we've been seeing people pick the English, not just for this early aggro, but that fact afterwards. And we've also seen, like, Lancaster coming out here. Love this, Romano. Just optimizing the racks upfield a little. I wonder. You just Keshik here, right? Keshik Archer? And then you just try to split your opponent with the way that he's moved out onto the map like this for eco. It's difficult to play Keshiks into English sometimes. Mainly because, like, in this format, you want to dive their base, right? And, like, how do you do that? Because remember, it's quite easy to forget. We just don't really talk about it very often anymore because we see Lancaster, not English, and you don't dive their TC. But if you did dive their TC, same as English, they have got double arrow fire by default. So without having anything garrison, they have double the damage of a standard TC. It is only on that initial garrison, by the way, thank God. Could you imagine if every garrison slot had double shot? Oh, God. Doesn't bear thinking about. Outpost now coming out from Mano. And we are getting the men at arms. I love this. Yeah, because Wham at this stage has scouted it and reacted to the play. He has archery range already, which Anno sees. So he gets value out of the racks by getting the front line. But it won't last long. Wham is already prepping the stables. Okay, see spears. So like, now you're kind of happy as Wham. Like, it's worth that you started building archers. Other thing that's interesting in this matchup, we don't really see Mongols versus English too often these days. Mongols is a more selective pick, and English just don't get picked. But the cool thought here is that Mongols is a very different beast compared to the early days of this matchup. The archery range into Khan Hunter is quite nice because with the Deerstone play, you get an extra 0.5 tower range. So in conjunction with Yam, your gap close is really good against English Lombos. The tricky part is making sure you have the aura. And yeah, it looks like Wham has once again cancelled stables. So he doesn't want those Keshiks at all. Yeah, I think what you're seeing here is like the Lombo count is getting really high really quickly. And Lombos against a trickle of Keshiks is really effective because Lombos have one higher base damage, while Keshiks are a weaker form of knights. So they tend to get sniped much easier. Yeah, we did already highlight this Khan Hunter detail, the Yam as well, with the extra movement speed. Wham is just going to look to Archer 8-click him. Which is crazy, by the way, considering that you don't have access to the board. Now, yes, archers are primarily wood, but they're still partially food. Having a lot more food income is helpful. Wham is going to look to raid. Oh, that is so cheeky. Anno. Ringing the bell should make it dead obvious. Wham! He just dives all the way in to guarantee at least one kill. First blood drawn on the worker kills. Only cost him a single archer. Brilliant start. And also on top of that, he's now slowing down the Lombo scaling. Another annoying thing here, folks. Anno cannot really react to this play. Longbows are way too slow. If you now walk home to mirror the move of the archers, they'll be gone. So instead, I think what Anatan's looking to do is taking advantage of his full power, right? If he's got all his army in one location, but Wham hasn't, you want to try and push into your opponent. The difficulty right now is that I don't think Anno realizes where Wham's gathering food. Also, has Wham gone pastures? Yeah, one pasture. That's actually helping out a lot here. Archers. They actually did try to full backstab. He went for another kill on the boar. Good pull away. A little bit dicey the way you have to do this, though, because Wham's coming from both angles. And the archers. Well, Anno, yeah, he will pull away just in time there. That was a little bit worrisome. But you see what I mean with the Lombos? Like, you just can't reach your target. So the Khan did go down. Deerstone has now arrived, and this is the obnoxious part. 1.44 movement speed, 5.5 tower range, versus the superior 7 tower range, but the 1.12 movement speed. Now, the outpost is a big deal here, which is why Wham isn't rushing for a fight. The attack speed aura makes it difficult. Yeah, Battle of Auras. In fact, this is the OG Battle of Auras and Outpost, if you remember, guys. English with their outpost attack speed, and Mongols with their outpost movement speed. Truest of classics. Delhi here, infantry wall in the mountains, full Braveheart mode. But you've got 2 sacred sites, and I think one of them might be difficult to sustain. And once again, the board. Like, I would love to be wrong. I just feel like Delhi is a wasted pick here. There's better maps for them, and there's also just so many elements to the map that you're not actually exploiting. Like, if you've got a map pool that has front range and gorge, why would you ever pick Delhi here? You know? Gorge, cliffside. High view. It's like weird because you think it would be good for Delhi because aggressive civs, right? Like we talked about the fact that this map is all about attacking. And Delhi love attacking. But I just think the boar is so much of a game changer. And props to Avali. He really has outdone himself with this map design. Like, you feel as if the boar matters. Right? Most games, the boar is just like, oh, yeah, okay, we've ran out of deer. Let's go to the boar now. Whereas here, it's a critical objective. And also, it's so much better done than a map like Mountain Clearing. In Mountain Clearing, the boar feels like an immediate GG. Whereas here, with it being 2 of them, with the map being wider, with having alternate options, it is a powerful tool, but it isn't, oh my god, he got his first boar, I've lost. Right? Like, oh, I can get boar 2, or oh, I can Like, I can stay at home and go for, like, a delayed timing. Lombos. I know, this is an overextension, no? I think he thought he had the blacksmith advantage. I mean, in fairness to him, he went Steel Arrow and wham, neglected Undermesh here. Yeah, so these Keshiks, they're melting. 2-shot kills. Still, it is absorbing a lot of shots. And, I mean, this has been a beneficial trade, right? Like, if you're losing a Keshik but killing 2.5 Lombos, that's actually an equalizer. Keshiks cost 200 resources. The Lombos cost 90 each. That puts you ahead. Now, wham, this is an overextension. You're into Lombo attack speed territory. I realize it's a little bit late there, so an expensive follow-up. I think wham, maybe just got a little bit too cocky. He started off really well. Looked like a good trade, but when the Keshiks go down, there's no retreat. I think he just kind of had that sunken cost fallacy where he's like, I lost so many Keshiks for this. This doesn't feel good to walk away. Ends up giving Anatan a remarkably good trade in the end. Even better. Lombos find that worker kill. Love this from Wham. Wham has leveraged his movement speed advantage to block all routes safely. Yeah, if Anatan walks north to try and shift his economy, he will be seen. He's got plenty of width for the time being. That's going to be the primary concern. And English Eco will be so bad because he got idled in that fight, remember? Like, Wham, he dove this tower to force this food number down. And it takes some time to get back up because with boar and deer, you don't gather like 15 and drop off, right? You go 25, 30 and drop off. So it's a much longer wait. It's like Wham is starting to target raids with the Keshiks. Anno did see that. Or at least he should have. I think he's pulling some spearmen home to defend. This is ideal. You don't need that many spears because your opponent's not really likely to run the archers that deep now that your Lombo ball's this big. Like with this many Lombos, you have to start taking Anno seriously. Because if you now try to enter his base, he'll enter yours. I swear, this map, you can feel the tension when two civs are start blobbing feudal. Like, just one tiny slip up. It's just the type of merciless map that doesn't really give you any reprieve, any opportunity to recover easily. You go farms. The problem with English going farms, they might be cheap, but you're still going to put yourself behind because your opponent's going to be doing things like boar. That's why he's not gone for farms. It's not as easy as you think. Especially when all your wood's being burnt on Lombos. And the wall. Oh, that's a sick timing, Anno! Gets the wall. Baits him in. Wham takes a lot of damage on the Keshiks. Meanwhile, the dive does come through, though. Wham with the Ford Keshiks. They're pretty much gone. Men-at-Arms is wasting a lot of his time here, though. Wham's A-clicks. Backfiring. An archer count. Again, struggling. There's going to be a backstab here from the Keshik. So Anno now walking into them. Calm down. And the Lombos left against archers. It's once again going to be an overextension by Wham. Making the trade less desirable. And you can see it in the destroyed value now. Almost 6,000 to 3,000. This is a ridiculous lead for Anatan. Miles ahead. Army value remaining like is about even, courtesy of the Keshiks from Wham. Those Keshiks are struggling to find their way to value, really. And the thing is, for Anatan, his premium unit is his back line. For Wham, his premium unit is his front line. He's trying to make this about archers, but without the Yam, as he pushes forward, it's very difficult to sustain that idea that this is the winning unit. Ram is going to be moving in now. Board. Wham, he didn't even get half of it. Now he's onto the corner deer. That should be a lot harder for Anatan to reach with slow-moving Lombos, but we've got a big boy play coming. Check that. Outpost blueprint plopped. If he gets that attack speed aura this close to Wham's base, this is going to become suffocating. Those will have to retreat. Villager, Anno. All right, that was a slip up. He did not realize. So Wham extends his worker lead, now up by 3. Yeah, big slip up there by Anatan. You know, he already knows that he's slightly behind on economy in terms of raw worker count. Which is worrisome because, guys, you have to keep in mind at the highest level, when you're talking about this caliber of players, 2 or 3 worker kills in the early mid game, that's enough to extend the lead, you know? Because all of a sudden, every single minute I'm getting per village advantage, let's say an extra 30, 40 resources. Doesn't sound like a lot, but you stretch that out across 10 minutes, that's 400 resources per worker difference. I do really hope we never get to that stage. I think the asymmetrical design will stop us, but I hate it when RTSs get to that stage where it's like, this guy has a 1 villager advantage. It's basically GG. Luckily, we don't have that much these days in AoE4. But, you know, it's still a lead that builds. It does force you to have to look for timings, look for reactions. Upsides for Anatan in the coming minutes. Wham's food needs to still be solved, right? He hasn't got more pastures yet. The tricky part, though, is like Anatan doesn't have a single farm to his name still. Not just that. Wham. You know, we talked about this destroyed value. I'm impressed by the way he keeps up with his army value lead. Jumps in with the Keshiks again. It's going to be a double kill. Nothing lost for him. And now the pressure comes in again. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. This is just the tug of war of this, man. It's much harder now that Wham has lost the Yam. Still, the worker lead is increasing. So, you know, earlier on, I was worried when Wham was taking these really inefficient trades. Now, I'm less worried for him. Because the worker lead is getting so big, you kind of reach the point where you can afford to be sacrificial with your army. As long as you've got the other army doing something, the other raiders achieving something. Just puts Anatan on the clock. Probably makes him feel like he needs to send it soon. He's starting to stockpile up resources, so looking for a transition. Can you do King's Palace? Feels a little bit greedy. The problem is if you do White Tower, where do you put it? Your tree lines are almost gone, so you don't want to put it in your main. I mean, you could build it back here for the farms, but there's not much gold. Like White Tower here maybe, and then you build the farms behind this tree line and move your woodworkers here. That could make sense. But still, then the eco damage done to you isn't going to change, right? You'll still be 6 villages down. And Anno, wait. Oh, ho, ho. Wham. I don't think you realize that outpost belongs to Anno. The problem is, as cool as this info is, what does Anatan do with it? If you walk your army over there, you're going to get backstabbed. Because you won't have the attack speed aura, and you wouldn't have the movement speed to get away. So yeah, very weird position for Anatan to find himself in. Like, he has this valuable piece of information that is completely of no value to him. And he is going to choose King's Palace, so yeah. Anatan, we just highlighted why. Like, if you choose White Tower, you're safe, but at that point, Wham can just take map control, take relics. The concerning part, though, is Wham, with this choice to go into Kurotai, is lethal. Kurotai against King's Palace, there's no static defense to stop that landmark pushing in. The good old valuable information that has no value. Yeah, there's a good thing in life, though, right, Kyatti? I mean, like, you know, you're getting old, your memory loss. Like, you know, the good news is that you can just believe the things you forgot don't matter. You guys like, wait, I left my dog in the cart. Wait, I have a dog? A game that so far has been decided by auras. The movement speed into the attack speed, but now we've got the damage done to the Deer Stone. The damage down here, this Kurotai, is key for Wham. This is the thing he needs. Would be good to repair the Deer Stone, though. Like, his timing is a bit weaker than normally you'd see from a Mongol player because he won't have double aura. So yeah, maybe just worth pulling 2 or 3 workers to repair this all the way up. Gonna move back out towards the ball. I know. Veterancy on longbows is scary. Wham has got time to back up, though. It's also 16 caches. I mean, Wham. There's not really much in the way of anti-cav in Anatan's army. If he can just get a position around an outpost for the initial dive, he's going to be favored here. Mongols aren't Muslims, so that would be why the Mongols are eating the boar. Your religions are wrong there, sir. Wow, what's he waiting for? He's missing damage too, but if he waits any longer, Anatan's going to have that advantage on Blacksmith. So charge comes through the Keshiks. Commit on in. Archer's getting close enough so they'll kind of double kill on the spears quick. The Khan, he's already used that arrow. The Keshik, still a healthy front line here. Anatan is going to find his way back towards the aura. Is it going to be good enough? Issue for Wham right now is chasing. Yeah, I mean, it's awkward. He has got the yams, yes, but it's anchored to one location. Well, that deer stone, he's not able to carry it with him. And the crazy part is, Wham, this whole time, forgot about the Kurotai. He finally remembers, though. What game changer it would have been as well. In that fight, the Keshiks, the extra health, the extra damage, the Archer DPS. I don't know, man. I feel like, Wham, now that he's remembered this Kurotai, this should just make his life a lot easier. He still maintains a military lead. He needs to be quick about this. Anatan has offset that villager advantage that Wham built. The King's Palace plus the farms. It's kind of reaching that point now where you have to start being a bit worried as the Mongols. Yeah, I was about to say, don't wait too long. I've seen what longbows can do with attack speed. They're actually weirdly effective at killing buildings. Takes time, of course. Keshiks. Oh, the outposts! They finally paid off! Catches him out here. The second wave of Kesh is arriving! He's got the maneuver speed arrow as well. He can chase this. Anatan caught shifting all eco north. Shows you why these outposts are so important. There's nowhere to run. Anatan gonna keep getting chased. Sure, he'll eventually find his way into the sheltering arms of the longbows, but the price has been paid. Down by 5 workers again. The army moving forward. The Kurotai missing for Wham here. Not aura farming like Anatan has been. Now I imagine as Wham just think about maybe going for relics. I mean, you're in a good position for it now. I just feel that he feels like he can end this game, right? Like relics delays it unnecessarily. Kurotai is going to be on the move up. Rejuvenation for all those injured. And still, oh man, this is the annoying thing about these outposts. The fact that they need to be decapped. Otherwise, they just keep feeding all this information. Wham is just getting so much value out of this. And we talked about the auras, but really with outposts. I don't know, this is like a game, a matchup defined by outposts, but the crazy part is like, it hasn't been as much now about the attack speed and the movement speed. It's just the vision of abandoned outposts. Lombo's trying to step up. Keshik's going to contest, but the backstab is on the way. Starts to burn through the outposts. This is where the aura's coming from. Then it's the TC all the way back here. So smart idea there by Wham getting rid of this. He's still looming on the north. And the Kurotai. Uh-oh. Now, he has the damage buff, and Anno isn't going to have the attack speed. It's gone! Jackpot moment, Wham. He's still waiting with those Keshiks. Starts to dive in. He's cutting production. Anatan getting no reinforcements through. He's forced to commit. He walks in, but the archers do more damage than longbows now. Mistakes made. No way. Surely the longbows can't do this. The villagers are scrambling. The Keshiks come in again. He thinks, hey, it must be a good fight. The Keshiks aren't here anymore. But they are now. And Anno, it's Lombo only. And a long, long way back from the depths of despair here. Wham, he hasn't got the Kurota anymore, and sure, there is the attack speed, but it's just so much heavy cav. No doubt about it. This is the moment that Wham was waiting for. Anatan in shambles, Lombo count falling fast. And the other time, the kills alongside it, like, even if you somehow stabilize, you're now 20 workers down. Yeah, I mean, the good news is, like, there's enough Lombos left to kill the archers. Bad news is basically everything else about this game. Especially the fact more Keshits are coming. So, Wham is looking to lock it in 3-1. An impressive performance. We had 3 speedy games into this stare down, this intense stare down on front range. Man, this map just keeps on delivering. Let me know what you guys think about this one. I love the dynamics we're getting here. I wish more maps had this. I think the idea of reducing sheep is really smart. I think the next step is crippling the Pro Scouts maybe a little bit more so it's not just so good on a lot of other maps. Either way, not needed here. GG gets called. The Battle of Auras became a battle of outposts. And the Mongols reign supreme. Damn. El Clasico, you know? All right, so that means that we have got a 3-1 victory for Mr. Wham. Well played by him. We got one game that went long, thank goodness. S-tier map. Of course Kyatti thinks it's an S-tier map. You have to attack in it. He's like, whoa, you can't just get late game? I love this crap. Om nom 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 nom. Would you guys like to sink your teeth into some Kyatti gameplay? Because we've got his opening series against Lemmy that we can have a look at. Let me update the title. And let me get the draft. Yeah, not only does Kyatti have no time to wait around when it comes to the way he plays in the games, he's got no time to wait around to actually get in to start on his weaker games. Speedy lad. It's also that Kyatti's crapping himself that he's going to get like a myriad situation again where he's like, I'm ready to play, but we can't figure out when we're going to play. Oh dear. Name of that map? That map is called Front Range. You can find it on the mods section and try it out yourself. All right, so Kyatti versus Leminos. Leminos has been kind of trying to sharpen himself in the KPMMs for a while. Hasn't really had a good run so far. But who knows? Maybe Kyatti will hemorrhage a little. So we are going to have Danube Divide as the default map. Which is going to be fun to see how like accomplished players and upcoming players approach this map differently. Game number 1, we are going to be getting an Ottoman versus House of Lancaster. Yeah, so 2 civs that can use the Stone Gen. Kyatti's AoE 4 version of Adderall. Does Adderall cause memory loss? I'm sorry, that's enough. That's enough old jokes. All right, let's stop doing old jokes on our boy. Kyatti back for week number 4. It starts now. Midweek Muster Season 2, Week 4. That is your opening bracket. We're here in the round of 32 for Kyatti versus Leminos. Leminos has been an interesting one to watch. We've cast a few of his games. I feel like he had a decent time in earlier seasons. I think he's been struggling a bit more recently. Before he was in Conk fairly reliably, fairly consistently. But this season, a little bit more of a struggle down to Diamond. Yeah, Leminos, from what I've seen of him, it's interesting because I wouldn't even say he necessarily plays standard meta. He actually sometimes does these really crazy builds. I remember he came to our attention because he had some very interesting, Iabid Fast Castle Gulam builds he attempted. Which was pretty cool and refreshing to see. But just hasn't really been able to breach those higher ranks. Love to see him trying to sharpen his skills here, though. And Kyatti is definitely one that's good for trying to teach you how to handle early game pressure. Forgotten Runes are going to be captured. This is a very big part as to why these two civs come out here. Both civs are utilized the Forgotten Runes, which generate stone. So for Ottomans, it's about getting into military schools eventually. And for Lancaster, you capture this early, and you're able to generate towards manors without having to go out onto your stone. And yes, no Dumu. Unfortunately, it looks like he thought he'd signed up, but he hadn't signed up. So we weren't able to get him in this week. But we're altering the system so that it's harder for people to make mistakes on sign up, so that hopefully that won't happen in the future. Yeah, because we basically had one or two players contact us say, I signed up, but I wasn't signed up. Like, we had that with, I think we had that with Mio. Did Mio get signed up in the end? Was Mio too late as well? Yeah, I think Mio had an issue figuring out how to sign up. But we're rejigging how we do the start GG. Basically, we set it up so it's all underneath a hub. So you can click one place and find all the weeks, which is actually a lot neater. It's a lot more tidy. But unfortunately, like for some players, compared to the other ways, like because it's different, they weren't necessarily like clicking the sign up that was the sign up, is my understanding. So we kind of had one or two whoopsies. Poor Sort of keeps getting thrown to Wham. Hey, mate, he almost had Wham. Reminder that series between Wham and Sort of last week, we could have easily seen Sort of come out victor the way he played. So don't discredit our boy. Sort of is a scary boy, man. He's been leveling up quick. So we just have a spear spam happening here, but I mean, this is kind of awkward. I feel like Leminos is going to get baited into an overinvestment here. Going up to 8 spearmen, Kyatti's done. He doesn't want more. He just wants attack. Is this going to be Lancaster Castle, maybe? Lanny Castle could make a lot of sense. Because you can then secure the Forgotten Runes and always get the stone. So, like, dropping a Lancaster Castle here is like securing gold and stone, actually, weirdly enough. There you go. It might not be quick enough, though. The Spearman. Push up. Leminos is going to go for the decap. Lancaster Castle begins to be built. Short bow's coming out. Kyatti. I love this, actually. Remember, as long as there's one unit in range, you can't start decapping. So all he has to do is edge in his base and then turn with these villagers to shoot. The idea there being is, like, as long as you wait every 4 seconds to shoot, you're going to have barely any downtime on your construct. Leminos still has to age up himself. He hasn't started using the Forgotten Runes. No, because the problem is, like, you don't get as much value out of rushing the stone as Otto as you do as Lancaster. For a start, you know, like, cost-wise, when you're an Ottoman player, you're going to be spending a lot more to get into, like, your timings here, right? Like, the military school takes a lot longer to return investment than a manor does. So you feel like you're spending a lot more money to sidestep into stone compared to Lancaster, even though it's the exact same stone cost. So what he's saying is much better than being put in the bracket to meet Wham the first round. His ATR just isn't there. Exactly. Like, sort of will get there. He just needs to start playing tournaments. And the cool thing is, like, these are tournaments. So remember, the results of midweek muster do impact people's tournament elo. So it does actually help. It's one of the cool things, many cool things about it. Like, there's good prize money in it now, but it's also a great way for people to farm elo. Funnily enough, we had that kind of farming elo effect. If you guys remember, Marine Lord played a few weeks in the midweek muster in Season 1. He literally done it so that he could get the #1 seed slot off of Beastie. Whereas Beastie, when he played in the midweek muster, I think he ended up losing tournament elo because he had that weird week against Crackety, didn't he? Where Crackety was able to, I believe, 2-1 him with 2 5-minute games. I think it was 5 minutes. So tech up complete. We have got Manus now coming in. Lemmy, what are we looking for here? Sipahi's pretty cool, but your opponent can just spear. Like, Lancaster loves spearing. The tricky thing is going to be diving this quick enough. Like, this is really efficient, guys. He's actively gathering some stone as well, but, like, this villager in here gathering stone is equivocal to 2 villagers gathering stone. wonder if he's actually going to push it all the way. He could actually. If this is a free mana fast castle, it's actually worth just harvesting all the way until the Forgotten Runes expires. Remember, if you keep a villager inside this for 6 minutes straight, a relic spawns and this disappears. But if you ungarrison the villager and garrison again, it resets the timer, so the stone never technically runs out. Which I'm still not sure is intended behavior, but the devs haven't changed it. Then again, we've been waiting on a patch from the devs for a long time, so it's really hard to tell. Is it intended? I don't know. And then we have got the military schools. Yeah, because he's been gathering the stone, so he's putting it to work now. It just feels so slow by comparison. Oh my god, you greedy son of a gun. Must be nice being finished, being so rich. Jeez. He's going for more manas. How many gigabytes of the game in Steam? Shows 50 gigabytes, but my game is 39 gigabytes. What? When you downloaded it? Because, like, download and then it has to install, right? So it might be bigger. It's also, you've got things like temp files that can potentially blow out. And then I think there's also, like, variable options. Like, most games have, like, 2K textures, etc. I don't know. You know what the solution to that is? You got to get a bigger SSD. You know how you get a bigger SSD? You buy yourself a new PC or laptop or whatever you want, and you do so using the PC specialist link. Exclamation mark PCS. Code Pigeon gets you £30 off. See, I don't have this problem. Let me sound very snobbish right now. I don't have this problem because I have got 4 terabytes of space on my laptop, and then I have got 8 terabytes of space on my PC. What is running out of space, and how does it happen? I'm not familiar with the concept. Okay, Sapai now coming from Lemmy, which is what I was worried about, actually. I don't see how Sapai is going to break this. It's your best unit, but at the same time, you know, mana spam like this is just... It's a feeder for spears. Like, Lemmy actually needs archers. Archers is probably your best bet if you want to break this. The only alternative is going castle, but if you don't go castle soon, it's going to be level 3 mana. Oh my god. Come on. I like Akira is like, yes, I like to attack. But at the same time, if you give him an all-you-can-eat buffet and 2 free tickets, I mean, he's going to cash that ticket, eat as much as he can, and then, like, when they're like, sir, you've had your limits, he's going to cash another ticket and keep on eating. And our boy is feasting right now. Is Louis MT still around? Yep. Last time I checked, he still exists. He just hasn't signed up for KPMMs in Season 2 so far. I assume he's either just taking a little bit of a break, or like I think he's trying to be super secret practice about it, because obviously like Louis had that ride at high, and then it's kind of like a slip in terms of what happened on the SteelSeries land. So probably feeling like he needs to practice in secret. I don't know. I feel like Louis... I mean, I don't want to take full credit. I think the Midweek Muster was a benefit to him, though. Like, his ramp up and improvement. I do think that regularity of it actually kind of helped. But I guess he sees it a different way. I'm sure he'll come back eventually. That's why we've got to make the money even better. We've got to get some sponsors in so the money's so big they can't resist it. Like the big shiny bauble. Like, I'm struggling with Leminos' plan here, guys. I think he's just been watching too many games where you spam Sipahi and then you dive the base. But your opponent's just raw building spears. There's nothing for you to counterplay, really. Like, don't get me wrong, Sipahi are great against the English villages, right? Because they have short bows, but still. That We talked about the White Tower. I thought he'd just go for a King's College here. I mean, King's College feels like it'd be pretty safe. Doesn't want the risk of it and wants a quicker end. So White Tower drop on the way. Leminos. I mean, is this the fight you wanted, right? This is the fight you're getting. The problem is your Sipahi are completely out of position. And he's gonna miss that. No. Kyatti sneaks out for the gold while Leminos isn't looking. Unbelievable. Game changer that would have been if he found it. I mean, that's villagers without wheelbarrow because Kyatti likes his workers to feel like he does in real life, like he needs a walking stick. Sorry, Kyatti. Spears are now going to come in for the clash. But the White Tower's definitely going up. Without Sipahi, you can't stop this. And, no doubt about it. One Spearman just also shows up to block that flank attack. Sipahi are now riding in, but this could be too little too late. He needs the Fortitude right now. He hasn't activated it. Nope. White Tower up. A few workers lost, sure, but absolutely worth it for Kyatti. Because Leminos just lost all of his army. And he's prepping for a Tarsal Age timing himself, but the Osgard are already here to play. Remember, this isn't a weak castle timing for Kyatti. The dude has got 9 manas, and he's also now taking the relic. It's like, oh wow, Leminos, did you like do all this hard work for me? And he takes the gold as well. Kyatti. It's 150 gold. What are we doing? Hey, it's not about the number. It's about the morale impact. We are 30 minutes into a game, and Kyatti is taking the starting gold of his opponent. Mehmed Imperial Armory now on the way for Lemmy. And Kyatti, I mean, he's not even going Earlsguard. It's just raw spear spam. Veterans he queued up already. Doesn't have bill hooks, but doesn't really matter when you're up against light cav. Oh no. A cavalry raid. It'd be a shame if we have a defensive landmark halfway between the two bases. Let me. I don't know what he's meant to do with this Sipahi. 9 mana Lancaster, dude. Look at this rate, he's just gonna go in. He's holding 1,000 food in reserve. Either that or we need more spear production. Ah, there we go. We have more spear production. I mean, Kyatti, just like food for 4. Could we not have just built the Raxes here? It kind of seems like there's a theme here. I'm just trying to like feed what you really want. You know, we like to look at these early rounds as ways of like helping out players how they can improve. But, you know, Kyatti, the favored, there's definitely room for improvement here, mate. We've got to build the entire base in the enemy base. Why stop at a binding camp? Yeah, like, feedback from Leminos on this one. I think scaling Sipahi definitely has some value. Maybe just be more active on the raiding. Like, it didn't feel like he scattered everywhere. I mean, really awkward timing where Kyatti was able to sneak out like this. Like, you should, if you got Sipahi, you should have all the abandoned outposts, right? Which should feed your info. Alternatively, like, why are we just going Sipahi against mass spears? Especially when your opponent's scaling manas. This feels very difficult to find the dive point there. The only time you really see Kyatti wall is when he does it on your side of the map. Even the outpost on the tree line, man. Alright, this is... I think this is officially bullying. I don't know. It's like watching a 40-year-old man walk into the playground and punch a 2-year-old. Alright, jeez, not 10-year-old. There you go. A bit more... Still Jesus, but you know. Yeah, it's only spears. And he has bill hook now. Crossbows. Leminos is like, he's castle. He's going to build something heavily armored, right? Right? Oh. If only it had been archers this whole time. Kyatti, he's also got a follow-up on the way. It's the yeoman. He's been able to trigger this for a long time. Remember, he's had 9 manas for what feels like half of this game. Pahi are at least going to jump in the back. Not going to find much. And Kyatti already has a fort relic on the way home. Alright, you know it's bad. You know you're up Craps Creek without a paddle when you pull the Janissary company point with one military school. GG. Game 1 goes to the Finn. But I know what people think. They're like, wow, this looks like a wash. But reminder, anything can happen in these games. And thank you very much, Faplop. Appreciate the sub. Enjoy it, Kyatti. And I'm serious when I say anything can happen in these games. You have to remember that, was it week 2? We almost saw Dumu lose a game to Marco Tambi. A crazy game on Frisian Marshes. And Marco Tambi, isn't really someone that is on people's minds or they're familiar with. He's decent. He's ranked 500 in the world. But, it shows that in these RO32s, like, anything can actually happen. Which is why we cast some of them. So up next, we are going to be going to Sunken Lands for China versus Sushi. I hate this matchup. It puts me to sleep. I'm sorry, but come on. Like, it's... Both of these civs go Pro Scouts and then rush Castle Age. And then usually spam Knights. I'm calling it out, man. I want them to play diff. Please, Kyatti, play it diff. If you double-click a spear, do all spears or all military get selected? If you double-click a spear, all spearmen on that screen will be selected. Not all spears on the map. That's just like a generic mechanic, of all RTSs, really. I don't think I know of a single RTS that doesn't have that. Oh, there's this networking thing in London tomorrow, and I'm really weighing up going. I don't know, though. One-day things. A-Week 4 is your first RTS? Look at that! The world is healing. New gen RTS is getting people in. We've achieved, chat. We've achieved. Yo! What is up, Gunnar Clips? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. You're a legend. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Guys, I think we're getting really close to our plus goal, actually. We've got, like, what, a day to go? And we are 94 out of 100. So the plus goal is, like, if someone directly subs themselves, it counts to that number. The reason that number is important is, like, we have almost 400 subs. If we hit that goal, we get an extra 10% of the sub-split revenue. So basically, if you don't like the fact that Twitch takes 50% sub revenue from creators, this is a way of taking some back from them. So thank you. Appreciate every sub. Even just tuning in, you guys support this channel phenomenally well by doing so. So I appreciate everyone turning up. Remember, keep sharing it around. Let's keep getting people in. I think what Gunnar's doing there secretly, though, is like, he's like, I don't need to sub myself. I am Turbo. Da, 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 da. Turbo's powerful, man. Yeah, appreciate you, buddy. So, we haven't really talked about this matchup so far because we're already done in the pregame. You go Pro Scouts. He goes Pro Scouts. We all Pro Scouts. I would love to see something different done. I'm just like used to never seeing anything different done here. If we want people who won't Pro Scouts, we kind of need to call upon B right now. B is the guy who keeps doing these no Pro Scout builds, and it is so refreshing. On civs that you would just get in and go, well, this is a Pro Scout game. Nope. He just walks out into the middle of the map and gathers deer. Like, we saw him actually do it with Sushi the other day. I wonder if Kyatti's seen that game. Might actually be inspiring for him. As I know Kyatti's the type of person that just wants to be able to attack anyway. Imperial Academy coming in. Now, this is interesting because, like, China's technically broken. But in, like, this matchup, I think China sometimes gets trapped. If you go Lancer spam, which is what Sushi absolutely wants to do, Sushi can actually beat you. Especially with the new Mount Lu Academy timing. So, like, it's normally beneficial for China to try and find their way to, like, spear crossbow eventually. But we'll see how he wants to start this. The Medigarden, it's alright. It's like, for the fact it's in his base, it's pretty decent. There wasn't really anything else for him, unless he walks out like here. But that's way too far. Especially in a Chinese sushi matchup. Like, if you choose to walk across the map to build your meditation garden, your opponent's going to be vastly ahead of you on tech timings. And if you're mirroring pro scouts, you're just going to lose because of food. Alright, so Leminos. 3 on gold means this has to be pro scouts. Kyatti's timing is looking a lot better, though. He already has the stables down. He's almost got the gold required. Can just actually tax drop off to make it a bit faster. And there we go. On his way towards PS. Triple scout being produced. And he's even going to switch the Imperial Official over now. Which should allow him to ramp up the speed. Actually, no. Just go straight back to the food. No second taxman? There we go. He's coming now. Lemmy is going to play anti-pro scout. So this is a very different map to try and anti-pro scout on, guys. Something that usually gets slept on with Sunken Lands. There's a lot of maps where anti-pro scouting makes sense because your opponent has to come out to, like, you know, here or here. But the thing about pro scouts on Sunken Lands is your first deer stack is essentially in your base. The reason that's worth going for is it just would allow Kyatti to get the better food gathering rate straight away. If he gets the better food gathering rate straight away, he can build more troops than you. And it is a much better food gathering rate, right? Like the sheep over here, which in fairness, Leminos got a decent amount of. There is 0.75 gathering. Deer is 0.84 by default, and survival techniques increases it up to almost 1 food a second. So you're like 33% faster on food gathering. That's scary as all hell when you're essentially in a mirror. Yeah, especially when you then add on the extra little bit of food trickle we're getting from this meditation garden. Spear's coming out. And what is up, Find Taco? Find the Taco, rather. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the subs. Thank you, thank you. Let's see if we can get a sub extravaganza going. You guys are legends. Pro Scout's now on the way for Lemmy. But this opening of Spears hasn't really done anything so far. Kyatti actually prepping Horseman. Yeah. I guess he's expecting Chug. Well, not Chug, Archers rather. A little bit surprising, actually. I mean, if your opponent's going pro scouts as well, he has to go rack stables, right? It might just be that Kyatti doesn't want to build another production building right now. I actually think you could just straight up castle at this rate. Does go for the Palace Guard. Not a bad choice. Like, Palace Guard can scale upwards. The danger now is, like, Lancer on Lancer. If that's the end goal, you're now building a unit that will not fare well into said heavy cavalry. Man, he's going for quite a few Palace Guard. Oh, wait. No. We've got a switch out. Bigger fan of this because of what you just said about the PG. So, Kyatti is now rushing castle. Leminos hasn't really done anything to stop him. Lemmy's timing is going to be quite a bit worse. Dude, he goes into archers. See, I actually really like China as an opening archer play. Like, maybe racks, then archer range. And then you... The cool thing is you could technically have went onto the deer instead of playing pro scouts. And that actually gives you a blocking timing, right? But this, it just kind of feels like Leminos is consistently playing one step behind with this type of build. Like, point to the point where Leminos has felt ahead. Oh, damn, I just realized. If you got Prime, you can get Thief Definitive Edition for free. I didn't even realize they'd done a Definitive Edition of Thief. I actually never played all the way through that game. I'd done the first few levels. And I found the game intriguing in some ways, but then it just didn't captivate me. Honestly, I thought it was going to be like a Dishonored feeling. But yo, what is up, TZ? I see you with the resub. Thank you very much, mate, and welcome back to the Swarm. Anyone else want a Dishonored game? Please, dude, I need it. Dishonored is one of my favorite series of all time. I need a Dishonored free. But like, I think it's looking unlikely, right? Because I think Arcane Studios had a bunch of layoffs. The closest thing we'll ever get to Dishonored 3 is probably going to be Deathloop, which I do still need to play. I also still find that deal very funny. Like Deathloop, so what happened is... obviously, like Bethesda said, they got bought by Microsoft, but like Deathloop couldn't be released on Microsoft products straight away because previously they'd signed a year exclusivity with PlayStation. It was like a very weird deal from Microsoft. Anyway, we got push coming in. It is Palace Guard spam. If this had been a castle rush by Leminos, I don't think this is possible, but we're about to be up to 10 plus Palace Guard. Leminos hasn't started tech yet. Oh my, Outpost trying to be rushed up to give him some defense force. Right now, it's just Spear, Archer. It doesn't have the extra damage. The Archers are actually only doing 1 damage. And this is going to be Vomit Wave, right? Remember, this is Mount Lu Academy. This is also without regional inspection. Kyatti could make this so much better with the press of 1 button. Might not need it. Lemmy is not pulling away the workers. Spearmen are coming home to try and defend now. But now he's going to start hemorrhaging economy. And that's going to be simply too much. GG gets called a very, very quick opening series for Midweek Muster number 4. God, my throat. GG's to Leminos, a valiant effort. Just double checking which games we've got. Sorry, I'm getting so many pings on a Friday. I'm kind of shocked. Usually Fridays are quiet because people can't be asked to respond. Oh my god. My throat is really rough today. So let me see if there's any live series on the AO2 CM. I don't think so. I don't think we have any upcoming series scheduled right now. We could watch some pub games as people get their schedule sorted. I guess we'll update. What's that? New week begins. Not seen Beastie for a long time? I don't know. Doesn't matter. You just see this stream instead. Maybe he's just taking a holiday or something. I mean, it's not... Honestly, it's like not a bad thing. I was talking about this with a streamer the other day that we signed. And they were actually really focused on moving their content away from just live streams. Because like me, they're kind of envious of YouTube creators. Right? I love live streaming. I do it because I love it, right? But in terms of the way you scale your content and the way you schedule everything around it, etc., the benefit that people who just do YouTube primarily have is like they can go on a holiday for a week and not miss out on their schedule, right? They can pre-plan content, etc. Whereas like when you're a streamer, there's this overwhelming burden of pressure to be live every single time, and it's really unhealthy. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to take a break and just come back stronger with more curated content. Because like if all you're doing is going live for the sake of going live, it's really crap. You know, you'll have a core audience, but like if you don't have a content plan, you're just tugging at rope, hoping something's going to drop, sort of thing. Ludwig was also always a great example of this. I always recommend people look at Ludwig's story and how he grew his channel. Like, he is, for anyone who's trying to build a platform in the modern, like, environment of Twitch, he's one of the best examples because of how quickly he grew when he switched that content plan. Where, like, so for those who don't know, Ludwig's whole concept is, like, he had a plan of what he wanted to do for a stream, and he would go live with that stream to capture content for a YouTube video. Whereas, like, there's a lot of people that just think that streaming can, and you know, it's because of the chill vibes and the history of Twitch, that streaming can just be you press live and you just like you get some content along the way. You're just content fishing. We have that to a certain degree, but ours is like more padded in that we're running tournaments and it's going to deliver good games, isn't it? But we also have that problem. We're not guaranteed good content. But we at least have like events that are being structured consistently, right? So it's like a trade-off there for us. But like, you know, back when we were just going live and watching pub games randomly, like that's just us fishing for content. We don't know if we're going to get something good. We haven't like come up with a unique concept on the day. We're just casting a game. All right, guys. I think we're going to do a pub game from Recon. And I might cuff my guts out in a sec. New week starting? Yep. We just cast one of the series. We're going to do a pub game between series, and then we'll maybe hop in. We'll maybe have another one to hop into after that. I'm just keeping an eye on the scheduling to see when people pencil in. In Season 1, people were very quick at penciling on like Fridays. It hasn't been the case so much with Season 2 so far. Not sure why. But I believe there was an interesting looking game between Dumu and Recon that happened the other day. Let me see if I can find that. Where was it? Which map? It was on Dry Arabia. Has he played too many games? Nope, we're good. We got it. Never gonna get any work done? Yes. Excellent. That's my plan. You'll be stuck here forever. Oh, wait. Wrong scene. Every scene needs its villains, and ours has returned with a rallying cry. Behold the return of Lord Voldemort, a.k.a. Dumu, back on the ladder. We've got a fun one here, folks. Welcome back to the channel for a high-level pub game between Recon and Voldemort. We have got the Battle of the Brits. Dumu in the pub was going to be playing as Jeanne d'Arc, and then Recon on the other side from him going to be playing as the Japanese in the blue. Yeah, apologies for the colors. I know someone's going to mention something like blue and purple. It is what it is. But will be cool. We just started another week of our weekly circuit, which you can catch live on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And while we wait for some extra games, I was looking for some interesting matchups. When I saw Japanese versus Jean, I had to pounce on that. I just don't feel like I'm getting to cast much Jean at the moment unless I'm casting B series. So curious to see what Benny Boy is able to do with it. Yeah, curious to see how Recon's been progressing with Japan. You know, it's a civ that he's recently been figuring out. We've been talking about it, theory crafting certain elements. He's been rediscovering it since last time Recon played the game. I think was when Jean had just came, when Japan had just came out alongside Jean. And Japan was very different then. You know, Yumi was a meme. The Mount Samurai dominance hadn't really been fully discovered. People were still experimenting with Onobu Geisha type spam builds. There's a lot of different things going on there. You also had the dominance of Azutsu, if you guys remember that. There was a long time ago. I know it's actually very difficult to remember at this stage. But once upon a time, Azutsu were basically broken. They used to have, I think it was 6 melee armor, 6 ranged armor. Maybe it's like 4 or 5. And then they also had remarkably large splash damage. Like the blast radius was very big. Damn. Feels like a lifetime ago now. So we'll just go for the 2x here. Actually, we'll 4x it up because the boys are getting ready to age up. Just want to give it a moment to see if there's going to be any aggro. Like, in theory, you could try for that as Japan with a Dark Age Rush. Especially with this type of spawn, the Golden Deer. But instead, both players just chill at home. School of Cavalry coming in for Dumu. And Recon is going to be on his way up with the Kura Storehouse. how you say this matchup usually goes. So for quite a while, it was kind of considered that like Japan absolutely hated playing against Jean and French because crossbows. You'd eventually lose the game to arbitrary massing is the idea. More recently, though, you know, Japan has been doing okay ever since we shifted towards like pro scouts and we went through that Dark Age rush meta. I think Japan has a little bit more variability. In this matchup, though, I do think it's tricky to utilize your best unit, which is Yumi, just because of how effective Knights rather are until you have Mounted Samurai. So yeah, Rack's beginning. Recon, I would expect him just to kind of hunker down and play for castle. Unless he sees his opponent goes pro scouts, in which case you could try to maybe aggro a little bit on the flanks. Still, it just feels very difficult to do. Like, what are you going to do? Build horsemen? If he rushed the stone, he'd at least be able to get like an Uma Bannerman out, but he didn't, and with it being forward spawn like this, I wouldn't expect it. Alright, so Dumu. That's interesting. Yeah, most players go wheelbarrow into pro scouts, but Dumu only went pro scouts. So it gives him a slightly quicker timing, but like the nice thing is with how cheap you get it, you can actually get both, right? Like double greed usually feels like it's a bit naughty, but not necessarily here. Recon, what have we got? Oh, he is actually going to do it. Yeah, so he goes stables, spears. I mean, in fairness, did he scout the ranged John? I think he might have there, which makes sense of it. How interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was going to jump into it, just because, like, if you're assuming pro scouts and you see it, you're probably assuming just mass knights, which means horseman feels a bit devalued. Speaking of those knights, nice dive in, does get a kill there. First blood drawn. Dumu even gets out. It's almost like the spear isn't even there. Yeah, range John is very interesting here, by the way. I think, you know, you kind of have to do it against Japan. But the way this plays out these days, like the reason it used to be so good is that Japan always fast castled, so you use Jean to kind of snipe villages. But now Japan's found a lot more runway in feudal. This can be an exposure point. Because Horseman Yumi, I think, is the most done comp. In this matchup, it's probably going to be Horseman Spear. You don't really want to be going Yumi against the Knights. But against Jean, these guys are going to be kings. You know, as long as he doesn't trickle them out today. Yeah, gotta wait for tomorrow to strike with more. 3 horsemen is usually enough to scare the crap out of Jean. She's fast, but like if you catch her overextended on your side of the map, you can run it down. Second racks from Recon. Is he really feeling that threatened, or is this just because he knows pro scouts is happening and wants to stop it? Because the thing is, like, on the count, he doesn't need double racks. He's doing fine. And you can see that Recon is committing, by the way, because if this was a tech up play behind this, you'd see an outpost by now. Bugeisha? Oh my god. Recon just manifesting basement dweller aura here. What does a lady look like? There you go. I wasn't expecting this. You're playing against Jean. So you're facing off against Feudal Knights and Range Jean, and he goes Bugeisha. Now, the Jean is going to be less threatening. She goes down. Nicely played there. Gets the kill. Was that a misclick? I don't know. I mean, I don't mind the idea of like a Bugeisha to poke at exposed economy, but this is pro scouts, right? There isn't going to be exposed economy. Spears do show off the base, but looks like we got a buyback out of Benny Boy. He's not actually quite able to get that kill. We'll have to run away. Perfect intercept now, able to block the pro scouts. And a little bit late on the drop there. It does end up losing one of the scouts. And a spear switch now coming through, which, by the way, Recon just got early info on. All of a sudden, the owner Bugeisha idea isn't looking like pure insanity. It's very weird because Recon's comp begs for Archer counterplay. But Dumu, because of the Horseman, doesn't want to do it. Why do you have range Jean versus Japan? Because if you go melee Jean and he just fast castles, Jean can't do anything. Like, melee Jean is terrible at stopping fast castle builds. Because you can't dive. It's too early in the game. It's just, it gets ugly. So, you know, the problem with melee Jean is if your opponent's fast castling, that means he's getting knights, especially Japan. So you just die. Range Jean, at least, you have a way of sniping villages if he goes like a double outpost.
Now you're my Shuminari.
And also, you know, the other idea here is that you don't get overwhelmed by, you know, this massment of horsemen or Yumi, etc. that can kite you. And what is up, Real Tiger? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, and welcome all. Casting a pub game right now, but we should have more KPMM coming up. Clash coming in with the Bugeisha. I love this, man. Recon is just so different to see. Feudal Bugeisha. And now Dumu's like, what the hell is this? He queues up archers. I has to be feeling quite a big step behind right now. It's crazy. Recon built 2 units up to double digits to encourage archer. Now what? Because the weird thing about this is, like, I'm not seeing the next step. Yumi? So not horseman. Because, like, I would have thought he goes back for horseman. I guess the problem here is now that you're scaling feudal, if you don't have a range type, you're just going to get slowly gattled down, right? Gatling gun down. And yo, what is up, Flesrude? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome back to the Swarm. Good use of your prime. Thank you. Are we getting close to 400? Are we close to the 400? 376 out of 390 for the sub goal. Not bad. And we're now just 4 away from hitting our plus goal. You guys are legendary. Keep it up. Just like I think this matchup is going to be legendary. Can they keep it up? A feudal back and forth is dangerous against John. Yeah, I think that's like the other thing is maybe Dumu's looking at this thinking, why is he bulking disposable units like this? You know, mass Yumi, mass Onobugeisha, mass Spearman. These are the type of things that die very fast. You're at risk of feeding a lot of XP over to Jean. Nice marker there, Recon. Just braces with the spears. Bugeisha now show up to clear out the enemy Spearman, and the horsemen are rotating around the back. That's going to force Jean away. Ridiculous. I'm like trying to be polite about it, but formation shuffling, man. I can't believe that. The way it kind of played out there, the knights just body blocked perfectly. The weird-ass formation. Spear count getting a little low. And the knight count is decent here, but I think Recon, the horseman, is king. Yeah, Jean is just kind of becoming more and more of a liability now. He's essentially stuck in the front line. Down to half HP already. Pumps the Divine Restoration, but the Bugeisha can now gap close. Quick enough move there not to get pinned. Good thing she's 1.38 movement speed. If she had that 1.25 she used to, she'd be just surrounded and dead. Recon, this is wacky, man. He's got double melee tech, and this is the awkward thing, is that Dumu, he's prioritizing Undermesh to counterplay the Yumi, but what about the Bugeisha? They're doing over half damage to knights right now, which is kind of crazy. We have got a problem, however, for Recon. I mean, if this was against French, I like the idea, but against Jean, you are just inviting level 3. We're only a few moments away. He's not sniping her in a rush. No, she's able to get away from this. So 8 XP off. Final kill's going to come in. And that's level 3 Jean in Feudal Age. Not as broken as Melee Jean. Melee Jean is a game breaker in Feudal and Feudal. But this is going to be powerful. The Jean's Riders come out. The Yumi won't have an answer to that. A little bit surprised we didn't get Champions because Champions count spears. But the problem he has is this comp by Recon is mobility. If he goes for Champions, they're really slow. And he'll just get kited. This is ridiculous, man. How does he see level 3 Jean and not just walk away? Right, like, you'd think that would be your alert to just go castle. Not Recon. I'm telling you, this boy is reformed. Compared to the Recon that we remember from a long time back, the defensive trash panda, this is a whole different guy. All right, what do you think, guys? 1s if you think Recon's going to win this game. 2s if you think that Dumu is. Thinks he has no chance versus Arbitrary in Castle? Eh. I think he just believes that he can starve Dumu out. Because remember, the Pro Scouts play, like, hasn't got all deer, right? I think he maybe didn't realize how much deer it got over here, though. Yeah, 2 taken from there. Taken 4 from the central one. Actually, 5. So almost all deer has been hoovered up by Dumu. Yeah, it's just deceptive because he stacked them all in one spot. I'll say things do look good for Dumu. I'm not surprised the amount of 2s coming out. Recon has at least been pocket ecoing himself onto the berries on the flanks. He's almost ready for castle. Might be a tricky defense, though. Is this diveable for Dumu? He hasn't got a crazy counter knights. Jean can go in for sure, but needs to be careful because of all the spears. You're down the range Jean? I tell you, people do, man. I mean, melee Jean, it's because there's so many clips of melee Jean just looking broken, but never underrate the simple effectivity of range Jean. Also, really nice as you scale into this point in the game, because now you've got this effective coup de grace against Mounted Samurai that are going to be coming in soon. You get them low, you can just shoot 1 arrow and finish them off. Dive underneath the TC. Dumu. 2 worker kills in this game, and it might be a lot more here. Recon has to stand his ground. The spears. Shove on in. And Dumu, I mean, this is a ballsy A-click. Wait, what? Loses the knights. Jean will be able to retreat, but everything else dead. A heavy and expensive engagement for Dumu that yielded a small advantage, but nothing crazy here. And total 5 worker kills now, but remember, Recon, he can start to access relics, and Dumu still has to answer with an age up of his own. I don't feel like it's going to be that quick, actually. Forced to reinvest in knights. Recon is going full Yumi ham. Did he get the rest? Okay, he's almost got all deer now. Dumu's just kind of loving life. He's just hoovering so much off of this map. Recon just squaring up. But the weird thing is, I think for Dumu, he's probably paranoid that the Yumi veterancy's been queued up. He doesn't know what we do, which is that Recon is just ham-fisting every tiny ounce of gold he's got into Mounted Samurai only. So yeah, no veterancy, which means the knights aren't threatened. And with that discovery, Dumu decides to just charge forward again. Now, another interesting thing about Japan versus French is in the earliest days, it was actually seen that Japan was favored because, for some silly reason, French, the charge bonus doesn't activate on Mounted Samurai. If you deflective armor, if that's where your charge hit goes, you don't get your bonus damage after a charge with knights. Yeah, good thing you didn't try to contest that at all, because like sometimes French knights can just overwhelm castle knights. It would have been disadvantageous there because you'd be missing your +5 damage, or your +3 rather damage, which is a pretty big deal. Speaking of plus damage, things like Cantled Saddles might be coming in quick. Wasn't actually expecting this out of Dumu, but we are going to be seeing Royal Institute. Oh wait, did they fix that? Did I miss that fix? Let me check patch notes. You might be right. It got left in for so long. I don't know where I'd find that in the patch notes. It's not like an obvious thing that would get listed on Knights on the Wikipedia pages, or Wikipedia rather. I feel like with the fights I've been seeing recently, it didn't feel like Knights are actually getting the charge. But maybe that's just the way that they're engaging. And Samurai. Oh, going to be able to idle the goal. Pretty effective here. There's only Hardened Spearman as well. I mean, full-mounted Samurai could actually just target the spears down and chase this through. Yeah, he freaks out. Dumu has to come home. Okay, really good for Recon. He needs that space, that breathing time here. Because although Jean has a slight lead, soon Recon will be back ahead. Remember, with the current floating gate builds, Yorishiro drops in town centers are very popular as either the second or third Yorishiro drop. So far, we have got, what, one... Okay, yeah, one in the stables, one in the farmhouse. So we're probably looking at the next one dropping off in the town center. Samurai not able to get any kills in the back, but like we talked about, he has drawn all attention here. Dumu is going straight into Royal Bloodlines. It's not a crazy number of knights, though. Only 11. Recon. I love this. We've got Onimusha. Yeah, not really your norm here. I feel like we don't see Onimusha that frequently out of Japan these days. But especially when you're up against things like the Royal Bloodlines Knights that are going to pull back to try and heal. It's a great way of just finishing off what would eventually come back full health again. It is a little bit shaky into range on, just because she has all the extra armor. Samurai's on the back, though. Again, Dumu just idled out. Even going to be found out towards the ball. Freed too many villagers here. Why Yorishiro in the farmhouse? Because Recon is going for a timing attack. This extra food is actually really underrated. He's getting 75 extra food a minute, which just kind of allows him to keep this pump going. When food would run light, which it was going to because he played along feudal, this is going to be a nice little boon as you try to get more farms in gradually. Yeah, in particular, B has been phenomenal with this over the years. Ever since Japan got added, he was a big believer in the farmhouse play. We've seen games where he drops 2 or 3 of them in, and the nice thing about this is it's an easily pivotable play. Like, when you're done with it and you want a different Yorishiro, you delete a 50 resource building to get a new Yorishiro. Compared to production buildings where it's form 50, or your TC where you can't delete it at all. 60 food? No, it should be 75. 70, sorry. 70? I think it's 70. There you go, 70. Yeah, Forge got nerfed to 50 a while back, but here's an interesting one for you guys. Did you know? You see that? If you drop it in a Wonder, you get an extra 4,000 HP. Damn it, what a spawn, by the way. I mean, kind of caused him a lot of pain earlier on, but just like back-to-back golds in the corner. It's just unfortunate it's just so open and barren. Like, there's no way to wall this. Relic game is also getting a bit awkward. Recon has the edge, 3-1. But Dumu should be able to get the 2. Scary army. But this is such a Dumu move, man. Oh, he loves these. He's one of the few players we see do it, actually. He's got Jean's Riders coming. And quite a lot of them. Guys, these are really expensive. 200 resources, the same price as a Keshik, but they have phenomenal ranged armor. 7 ranged armor. They also get damage, bonus damage against crossbows. And I believe they fixed this a while ago where Onimusha get secretly classified as crossbows so that the Riders do get the bonus damage against them. So it actually works out pretty nicely. I'm pretty sure they changed it that way. I mean, it's awkward because at this point, you probably should just add like a crossbow tag on the front end to Onimusha. So it's not confusing for people to understand. All locked in the north. Recon, how are we doing on farms? Okay, so like it's fleshing out nicely, up to 23. I'm a bit worried for Dumu, is like he went for Royal Institute, which is a timing attack. But you aren't really hitting that timing. No, it almost feels like Guildhall would have felt better at this rate. Maybe he just felt like he needed Royal Institute to feel safe. Why not just give them bonus versus range units? Because that would just make them a giga stacked horseman. I think they wanted to find a more niche role. Like, for example, you know, for what you pay, the idea of like the men-at-arms, the better men-at-arms, is not worth it on its own. It's the fact that they get good damage against spears. They try to give it like a balance point, because with the 6 ranged armor and the base health, if it was plus against range, these things would just be ridiculous. So yeah, the idea is to make them a counter crossbow, but not make them completely broken against crossbow. Because if you had 6, 7 armor, and then you were like not just effective against crossbowmen, but like you're effective against archers and these other things, hand cannoneers, like I don't know, it would get ridiculous. Flash coming through, Recon. He doesn't have any way of killing range John, guys. Oh my god, it's gonna happen again. What? The riders jump on in. All right, moment of truth. Do they actually get that bonus? I don't think so. No, it looks like they're striking for 18. So they didn't fix that. Oh, okay. Or rather they did. Maybe it wasn't intended. Because there was a time, I'm pretty sure, where the riders were getting that bonus. But my god. What am I looking at here? Jean de Blas comes on through. She's Duncan. Just a double kill on the exit there. I can't believe this, man. 25 minutes in, we've already got level 4 Jean. Now classified as a siege weapon. Don't fat shame her. And what did we say was the weakness of Japan? The thing that they hate most. What is Dumu now left with? It's crossbows. It's just bulk arbitrary. Yeah, the knights already just got melted, which, you know, is unfortunate considering the investment in Royal Bloodlines, but a Recon, this comp ain't going to like playing into arbitrary. Mad Samurai are going to melt it. And also, Onimusha do nothing because all you have to do is stand here and press Q. Once you press Q, you get an extra 5 ranged armor. All of a sudden, Onimusha look pretty damn pathetic, especially when you consider their starting base damage is lower than standard crossbows. Not just that, these are better crossbows. I think this is probably where Dumu starts to prep the crossbow stirrups. And on top of that, because he went Jean de Blast with Valorous Inspiration, he's got that attack speed buffer. What's up, Dace? Appreciate the raid, bud. Yeah, this is like... This is probably the most busted comp for late game Jean, in my opinion. Because with crossbow stirrups, you go down to 1.7-ish attack speed. And then when you press the attack speed boost, you go down to 1.3-ish. So you're attacking quicker than an archer normally does. It is ridiculously powerful. Like, it puts you on par with like longbow attack speed or aura speed on a crossbow. Now the cannon. Oh my god, this is twice now. Well, Dumu's been bailed out of what looked like a bit of a worrisome position because of the power of that level up. Twice that Recon has been suckered into taking that fight to feed the XP in. I mean, at this point, John in this game has just been laying on a conveyor belt being fed Twinkies. Recon, this cannon is a ball ache, man. Like, after all the work building the farms. Horseman switch from Recon. Smart choice here into Arbitrary. They do have the Gambesons, which makes it very difficult. Not just that, this is a super effective front line. Remember, Jean's riders scale with her, not with your age. Look at the stats. They went from 6 ranged armor to 7. And the health now at 332. This is your front line. I don't like what's happening right now from Dumu. Like, he wasn't expecting the Shogunate, so forgivable, but you don't want to be diving this. The idea, though, these very expensive riders, they will create that plump front line to protect against horsemen. They will also take no damage from Onimusha. We're talking about 10 ranged armor against a mere 12 damage. This is a pathetic exchange for Recon. And, like, you can't just say spears, right? You switch spears into Arbitrary. Melee is going to do no damage there. It's good against the riders, at least. But we already mentioned that, like, the Arbitrary can kind of stand their ground against Onimusha and Spearman because of the Pavis drop. And then the Gambeson's melee armor. Things are about to get better. Dumu queues up the crossbow stirrups. Bombard will begin to siege in. He's deleted a lot of buildings here with this. Recon. She's just like, screw this crap, I'm going. So he's going to be marching out. Not a bad idea. Like, you know, it's very hard to just headbutt that fight right now. So instead, why not just cut reinforcements? I mean, in fairness, Recon could take the fight. Here's the fort, guys. You already fed him to level 4. There is no level 5. Oh my god, could you imagine if it was level 5? Guys, what would we make level 5 Jean? So let's make it like 5,000 XP. And she just summons a Tower the Sultan that she stands on top of, shooting everyone. You know what we need? Like, has anyone played Total War Warhammer? What we need is Thorgrim. We need Thorgrim Grudgebearer, you know, the guy who gets carried around. We just need, all of a sudden, this cav needs to turn into a throne with a bunch of servants carrying her around. Well, it's time for the fight. Recon. Hold up. Cannon's exposed and gone straight away, and it's going to be an immediate jump in. Yeah, but Onimusha, they do nothing. Remember, she doesn't have the heavy tag. She barely registers damage here. But it's a bail. Dumu has to run away. Oh, God. He was overconfident about this. The good news is the maiden won't die easily. The bad news is, where's your army? Yeah, we're going to need a level 5 attack helicopter for sure here. Maybe a Harrier strike. Maybe she just has a self-destruct button that nukes an entire... Yes! We need demo ship, Jean. There we go. Don't worry, guys. I think Jean will win this fight. I mean, if it's a range fight, yes. Has to dodge the bullet. Can't really justify having to spend 1,000 gold. He's got it in reserve, but he's going to need it for elsewhere. Dive now coming in. Recon's just going to look to end the game. Go straight after the landmarks. This looks over, man. I can't believe it as well. The amount of XP that Recon fed in this game, and it's just irrelevant. Landmark down. Here's 2 TC from Dumu. He's built a decent lead, right? And the farm count is looking good, actually. He's up to, what, 49 farms? So if he can just spam out Jean's riders, he might actually get a stay of execution here. Recon, no. Go, dive. This is the moment. The problem is Recon doesn't see what we do. He maybe assumes there's a lot of horsemen waiting behind this. There's also a castle, but the castle's kind of just out there. It's not really much stopping you from shutting down this area fully. Instead, just taking the more strategic approach of denying production, denying houses. And teching as well. So Recon will be going into the Imperial Age. Something that I somehow don't really see Dumu ever doing. You just need so much army. You know what? Like, I actually like the idea that Jean should turn into an attack helicopter. She just slaps on a French Air Force badge. I mean, that would give him away of winning, right? A little bit broken. Imagine having range Jean flying, and the only thing you can hit her with is range units, where she gets damage reduction. Cast the Crow is now coming through. We have a random Yumi from Recon. I'm starting to wonder if he realizes that Uma Bannerman buffed the Onimusha. I mean, this could just be a Mystic as well. Remember, it used to be back when the DLC first released and when Recon would have last been playing, it used to be that you needed the Yumi Bannerman to buff Onimusha, but then they changed it because they realized it's really silly. Like, you might as well have it be a cavalry unit to go with a cavalry unit. Otherwise, what ends up happening is the Yumi Bannerman never keep up. Don't know what Dumu was building that entire time. 2 TC, mass farms, and 2 keeps. Like, we were so fixated on the demolishment of the base, we didn't really block it as well. And props to him, man. Like, it's pretty impressive, actually, that he got the eco lead. I am a bit shocked Recon backs all the way off. He's playing for Sacred Site win conditions instead. Yeah, a little bit surprising that he actually goes for that. I would have just expected him to probably play all in from here. But, You know, the castles maybe have him a little bit paranoid. He just wants to potentially set up cannons. The weirder part to me is the Castle of the Crow. Why did he build Castle of the Crow? I mean, it's a good injection of resources, but normally we see this landmark when you feel threatened. In what position was Dumu going to threaten you here? No Castle of the Pigeon? Yo, if there was a Castle of the Pigeon, you'd insta-win, alright? The world would be screwed without pigeons, okay? We are loyal. We are the best deliverers. We are also the best information gatherers because we're all secretly cameras designed by the government. What was a crow done recently? Stolen something shiny? Oh, good. A thief. Wait, he actually might kill this. yeah. Legitimately, Jean could kill that on her own, by the way, guys. Because funny thing here, range tags. The cannon doesn't count and the rockets don't count as siege. They count as range. And she gets heavy reduction from ranged attacks. So, like, you could actually just stand there and kill it with Jean. Also the best carrying a disease. Yo, we're not alone in that, okay? We're substantially less of a douchebag than seagulls. I just don't think Recon realizes just how far ahead he is. And he's like, why rush? I'll slow roll. But the Sacred Site has been decapped. Dumu still has not aged up, but he's close. Can he get it? Recon is going to dive in. Goes after the castle. Incendiaries is about to complete, so this is going to increase his siege. Allowing to blitz through this a bit faster. This is weird though, man. This is such a weird game. And Varus Inspiration does come in. So here we go. Crossbows, Gatling gun speed, 1.41 seconds for every attack. Recon trying to go for that trade out on the backside, but the beast drop is going to make his life a lot harder. Mounted Samurai have been upgraded. Jean's riders are falling fast. Recon still with a handful of knights left here. But the Red Palace is on the way back in the base. It's all he really needs. Once that's up, crossbow placements in will push Recon away. And I'm getting a little bit worried that Recon's waited too long here. The good news for him, he has all the gold in the world. Dumu has none. And does not have Guildhall as a comeback mechanic. But it definitely is starting to feel like Dumu's been allowed to live a lot longer in this game than you would expect. Yeah, I imagine Recon's looking back at this game and going, oh, wow, I didn't realize he was just like that dead. This is the power of vision, you know? Remember that whenever you watch these games, you want to criticize, I don't know why this player done that thing. Why didn't you do that? You know, it's fine to ask those questions. It's fine to dissect it, but also remember they don't see everything. Recon, you know, he didn't see the state of things back here. Maybe he didn't think that Dumu was being that greedy. Maybe he thought that there wasn't that many farms, so that he didn't need to rush an end. Recon, he is just going to anchor down, I guess, right? Back to Sacred Sites. Yep, castle drop coming in. So he's going to start the timer. But this is buying time for Dumu. Look at what he's doing. We said he's out of gold. There's only one option left if that's going to happen. Trade now coming in. Still, Recon has an outpost here. This is... I feel like this should be dead obvious. People don't tend to stonewall to protect a tree line. They tend to stonewall to protect trade. Especially more recently. I feel like stonewalls have become quite rare. He does go straight into the merchant guilds. Remember, this is the one that just gives extra gold gen. So every 6 seconds, each trader will just generate 1 gold. Which is interesting because it basically is enclosures. We'll get eyeballs on the fact that gold is running out. Recon hasn't done what he's known for. Yeah, we call him the Trash Panda, but he actually has another nickname, and that's the Tricky Trader. Recon was very good at always finding a way to trade with the oddest civs. Seriously, guys, like, if you have a look at it, you'll see what I mean. In the past, we've seen him, for example, trade with Roos. Which, this was long before other people were even thinking about that. Even now, it's a very rare occurrence. But he would seek it out, no matter the civ. Could Dumu win this? If he gets the trade count up to like 30, sure. But Recon has the right idea. He's moved south side. He's got the cannons coming out. The castle's not going to last long against that. On top of that, Recon has switched into hand cannoneers. Now, remember what we said about the riders? Super effective against crossbows. No bonus damage against hand cannoneers, though. The armor's good, sure, but 10 armor is a nice reduction on the hand cannoneer damage. But it's still difficult to sufficiently reduce 38 damage. Not just that. The Yumi Bannerman from Japan will give you an extra 5 damage. So the riders, all of a sudden on that hard work, you're only mitigating less than 25% of the damage taken. And Recon, yeah. Wait. Okay, so Dumu has been sniping the bombards. Because remember, Jean, her Q does 150 damage. So she's very good at taking those siege weapons out. So Recon thinks about going for a wall and a gate. I think instead there, though, the trebuchets were maybe what should have been the real intent. Unfortunately for him, Dumu's got double cannon. This game is getting wacky. Stonewall's now going up from Recon, just trying to cut up the map. Thought about a dive, regrets it when he sees the castle. This is such a weird game. And I love it. And it's so cool to see Jean in action again. And, we have some civs where it's like, don't let them get late game. Don't get them late game. Don't let them get late game. And I think Jean is really starting to slot into that. People just seem to be better than what I remember in the way they use Jean de Blast in the late game. Recon. Let's reveal the hand cannoneers. Now, remember, the riders, they're fairly tanky, but they're also not going to do too much damage is the idea. Saying that, I mean, there's 20 damage into a hand cannoneer. It's not terrible. It's like, by comparison, though, horsemen much cheaper do much more damage. Right? You see right there, horsemen will do 30 damage into a ranging. And they don't have that much less armor, really, to be fair. It's an extra 2 ranged armor you get on riders. The most important thing is the health difference. 332 compared to 225 is a big, big difference. Make sure if Royal Bloodline's being powerful and riders' base health being high. Push out here. Dumu does force Recon to retreat. Getting breathe room as he swells up the trade account. We're only at 12 currently. So it definitely has some ways to go. I mean, this is the tricky thing, by the way. John's riders, they cost gold. Not a lot of gold, but it's taking away from your trader coffer. Which is why this 3K will go a long way. If Recon lets you have it. He's going to go in for a clash over it. There's a rotation around the back. Arbitrary do go for the police drop. The horsemen are now charging in. So there we go. He gets the good trade. Just not enough melee line here. Castle's going to go up. Front line is down. Onamusha are going to snipe down the workers, so Dumu just desperately trying to scramble for what little gold he can get. He doesn't even try to garrison the castle. Arbitrary are going to get cleared, so great fight from Recon. He is missing the siege to now deal with this castle, though. So Dumu should maybe slow Recon down a little bit with his defense. I think technically, though, you could just kind of dive in. There's a spot right here, right? If you get here, you block trade. Yeah, I just think that Dumu's made it very obnoxious. He's got a castle drop here, castle drop here, castle drop here. And remember, it's not just a castle, it's a castle with those arbalist emplacements that hit very hard. I can't believe he's just basically shooting this to death. Seriously, he's just shot it down. I think he had about, what, 6 torches? Okay, 10. And the timer keeps ticking. We're now 6 minutes away from a victory for Recon. I'm trying to figure out if Dumu has enough time. Stone walls are going up. Double castle north. Recon's army just looks and feels a lot better. Like, the one up that Dumu has is Jean. The attack speed buffer is a game changer, but you have to be very careful about position now. Before, when it's Onimusha, sure, like, Onimusha just don't really do any damage to Jean, but hand cannoneers are noteworthy. In fact, I'd like to see Recon steering more into hand cannoneers. Like, just use some Onimusha to raid and get more gunners. It might be that he wants the mobility for sacred sites, which kind of makes sense. Double rocket launcher town now. The army is going to show up. Villagers pretty much are going to be able to get that wall up. Yeah, there's a few on top of it, so guaranteed. So pause on the sacred sites, but no decap available. Dumu still has to solve this puzzle. I don't know about you, but I hate puzzles. They got pieces and you have to put them everywhere. They always get in the way. And they get between your toes. And they get in everything in this course. And now I'm just doing the Anakin speech. Need some Randys? What, for Japan or for Jean? You kind of have le petit problème, right? It's like you can't actually get Randys if you don't go for Tanagash and the Gunsmith. You want it for Jean. You want Jean to build Randys against this many Onimusha. Like, they both have a lot of ranged, but the Onimusha can reach in and get kills much easier. Why do they call them Randys? You know, I was hoping it was going to become an English main thing, and then it just makes more sense to call them Reginald. But sadly, English never build them. They usually get built against them. Alright, 4 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. I think Dumu probably has one big pump and dump at this. Because remaxing this army is going to get really expensive. You know, it's almost 200 food per rider, so you can get 20 in your current. Hand cannon numbers are going up. Why does Dumu keep scaling crossbows? Probably feels like he hasn't got enough gold. Also, it's weird in, like, you can go hand cannoneer to mirror hand cannoneer, but you're not really favored piece to piece. You'll have that attack speed burst, but across a longer fight, the Ashigaru will have the +5 damage. And yes, the hand cannoneer Ashigaru are the best voice line in the game, by far. They're absolute psychopaths, and oh, they go straight after Jean. That's a click away from it now. Crossbow's trying to dive in. Valor's Inspiration. He'd be running out soon. He's going to have to back away. I don't think he's breaking in here, no. The Horseman spam from Recon is holding on. The hand cannoneers on the wall have been so infuriating as well. Finally, the wall does get broken. Yeah, it's making a big difference. Remember, when you stand on the wall, you take notably less damage. These crossbows lives are living hell, and now Recon able to just commit onto said Arbitrier. Varus Inspiration is on cooldown, so you no longer have that burst attack speed. Dumu now with the glorious switch into Royal Knights, but the problem is he didn't clear the Onimusha. No, 34 of the ladies stand strong, which means Knights are going to be trickling into death here. Horsemen just keep on pushing. Arbitrier count is also down now as well. And it is indeed happening. It looks like the Trash Panda is able to get one up and over on Dumu here. Recon catching up again on Age of Empires 4 quick, man. Impressive game out of him. Could have been over a lot quicker. I think Recon said something about hating playing late game, but he kind of done this to himself. This is one of the most fed Johns I've seen. And even then, she could have been killed about halfway through this game. But outcome seems inevitable here. We're now a minute and a half away from a Sacred Site victory. Love to see Recon just quickly starting to find his feet again in Age of Empires 4. We need to see more players that can make those deep runs. More players that can contest the top 3. You know how I feel about this, guys. I've said it before. You know, we are talking about peak RTS experience when you are able to look at a top 16 bracket and say there are 12 players here that could all potentially be champions. And it not sound like you are pulling a rope, that you're saying something just for the narrative. Cannon spam coming in. Dumu once again to break the wall, but that choke point was death for him last time. How is it any different now? He thought about Knights for a second, just ended up going back to the same comp, so nothing has changed. And even if it stretches further, we've already got the tricky trader starting to rise up here, but I think he knows, like, that would be wasteful. Just put the last gold into this. You're 30 seconds off of a victory. Flash now coming in. Wall's going to break again. And Cannoneers have to get on the high ground just to try and hide from the riders. Horsemen are starting to spread out. It's going to be a dive in, though. He needs to get on that Sacred Site. It's 15 seconds to go. And he's body blocked. He can't get in. No, looks like he won't be able to pause the timer. Maybe just a rush through here at the last second. And now it's a desperation scramble, right? You've got barely any riders left. Recon just can A-click his way through. 4 seconds on the clock. Jean's going to need to step up if he wants to try and win this. But with Horseman in front of her, it's her worst nightmare. A dive comes on in. But just a few Horsemen is all it's going to take. Jean will go down with this ship. Recon will lock it in. The most fed Jean I think I have ever seen. And still, it was not enough. Yeah, dude, I felt like I was playing that Capture the Flag game. You guys remember Fat Princess? Felt like I was watching that crap. Stick more cake in her. Bigger and bigger. As plump as can be, and still she was not fat enough. Yeah, I think that one's just going to be called the fattest Jean you'll ever see. KP's a Game Boy fan? Of course. Game Boy is a banger. It's an all-time classic. Who isn't a Game Boy fan? Like, was there anyone that actually hated the early gen Game Boys? Like, I don't know. There might be people who have mixed feelings about, like, the DS. Maybe even the Switch. But, like, Game Boy? Come on. Come on. What's the hate? Thought of even trying to hate. I'm like, I don't know what you could hate about it. Wasn't that expensive at the time. Incredible games. And that's not Pokemon Yellow, mate. That's Pokemon Gold. Best one in the series. Alright. Let me check and see if we've got some more boyos scheduled. So, I don't think we've seen anyone pencil in yet. It's been a very short stream. I don't like the idea, like, clocking out. Well, but then again, we've had, like, every other day this week has been long. I think it was at 7 hours every day. Glass of giving off big Ali G vibes is stick it on vibrate and finish yourself off. Don't know what you mean, man. Bum ting and tings. No, we ain't in the house. We in the garage. We actually are. It's a garage that I converted. Let me check. Because what I could do is eat, come back, and then see what other games we have. That gives players some time to pencil in. Maybe we get another series or two. I think we should then have, like, Vortex's series that we can at least cast. Yeah? It's not a bad plan. How long is KPMM going on for? Is it all year? I need to get a life. It's very long. So KPMM. Oof. Where to begin, mate? KPMM is running. We'll probably run all the way through to June. There will be weeks where we take it off because, like, I'll have, you know, different things that I need to do. I'll have tournaments that I'm going to go cast elsewhere. I'm going on holiday at the end of September for a week. But, yeah, it's going to be, like, most weeks, it's going to be your go-to entertainment. 1 second. I want to do something, actually. I remembered it now. Great series, to be fair. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, I think, dude, I think it's the type of regular content that, like, people can love, right? Because, like, it's not just us playing Dry Arabia every single week on return. I hate that kind of crap. We diversify. We invite new maps. We invite new stories to be built. Like, you know, the best esports have a foundation to build upon narrative-wise. And if you're waiting a few months between to have, like, a big tournament, like, the big tournaments are great. Don't get me wrong. But if you're having to wait between that, there's nothing happening but, like, someone playing pub games. I think, in, like, it can create a giant gap that can usually just, like, give enough time that people just run off elsewhere. So, guys, 1 second. Has this loaded up? Because what I'm going to do is I've got a game that we can put up. This is one of the awkward things, like, that's at least one of the awkward things with the 2 PC setup. Is like, because all my recordings are done on the laptop and they sit on the laptop, I can't just click one locally. So, how long would this take to get on the interweb? Do I have BCQ for this tournament? Nope. But we got plenty of other people, so you can have a look at the bracket there. It's a pretty cool week. You guys notice the new inclusion? There's someone new there. Lucifron has signed up. That's right. We've got both of the Spaniards. So you've got Vortex, Lucifron. There's obvious front runners. B's in there as well. Voldemar's been looking decent lately. Sort of Wham. You know, you've got loads. Core, Kyatti. Like, every single round of 32, you see a noteworthy name. So, yeah, pretty stacked. I'm proud to say, like, week to week, we're getting a lot of the big names turning up. You're pretty much getting to the stage now where this is delivering, like, S-tier type matchups, which is incredible. Okay, 1 second. So I have got a game for you guys to watch. Should be a really good one, actually. I dubbed this one the weirdest, oddest game of Canal ever. And I stand by that. It was absurd. And yes, 32 players until every single week. That's the cap. We don't do more because it's open scheduling. If we did, it would get to be a mess. Have Lash in 50 minutes? Okay, so that could be cool. We could do Lash. So we'll do like Lash and we'll do Vortex series. But I do need to eat first. So what I've got happening right now, guys, I'm just quickly uploading a game. A really good game for you guys. And then I will eat while you watch that. And then we'll come back and we'll probably do like Vortex series and then maybe Lashes. While I wait a sec. Is there anything interesting happening elsewhere? Oh, there's like, that's weird. There's like 2 qualifiers happening this weekend. I think there's overlap and they didn't realize. So like, you've got that Apophis thing happening. The Apophis World Cup qualifier. I just saw the post on it on Reddit. But I don't think they realized that Forgotten Empires have still got like 1 more qualifier. So they might end up missing out on a few players. Because like Marine Law's playing in that qualifier, right? Then again, I think there's 2 qualifiers. Because I think they've got like a $3,000 prize pool. And 6 players will advance from each qualifier. So 12-player event at the start of September. Interesting. Oh my god, this needs to hurry up. I got the best upload in the world. Why are we so slow? That's not that. That's not that slow. It's several, like, it's like 20 gig in 3 minutes. I guess it's not too bad. Oh, but yeah. I just didn't feel right about having such a short stream, you know? 3 hours? Like, what kind of rookie numbers are those? Yeah, it's also just like some people, like the case of Lash, I guess he forgot to like post where his timer was, so it just allows us to like clock in, lock in. So I imagine there's a few people that are playing today and they just haven't posted their times yet. How are we looking? Must almost be done. Yeah, 80% done. Dude, I still can't decide if I'm gonna go into London tomorrow. There's a little creator meetup. No creators that I know, but like it's nice to do these networking things to see if you can meet brands, you know, foster, forge bonds, and find ways of working together. They just don't have a list of who's attending, so it's hard to know if there's going to be much overlap for me. What's the time in my country now? The time is 6 p.m. 6:15. We want to be British about it. I think Emma... Oh, we got sausage and mash. Nice. I hope she started cooking. Emma just didn't mention anything about when she was cooking. Oops. Okay, so this is the amazing, the weirdest, oddest game. Oh no, they're processing it. I think that takes like a minute. We eat dinner very early? No. Are you kidding? 6 p.m. is not early for dinner. I feel like most people sit around like the 5:36. Actually, like, I kind of see where you come, like 6:30 for dinner seems pretty standard. We usually eat like 5 or 5:30 because one, you got to remember we've got kids. And like those kids go to bed at 7. Like also two, you know, let's say it's at 5. I usually go live about most days 1 p.m.-ish. So I would have been solo casting for like 4 hours at least by then. And if you've ever tried constantly talking for 4 hours, you actually realize it's very good at burning calories, weirdly enough. Oh my god, is my game not processed yet? Alright, might have to choose another replay, which annoys me because this one was really good. Let me see. I'll just prep one just in case. I thought YouTube processes the videos very quick, but apparently not. Their asses are slow. The wall that ended an entire stalemate. What was this one? Dude, even this YouTube video is not loading. Is YouTube just having a heart attack? What's happening? Oh, this game was freaking ridiculous. Oh, my food is already cooked. It's just cold. Emma just didn't tell me anything. Thanks, Emma. Much love. Talk about feeling abused in your own house. Alright. Oh, we might be able to do the oddest game of Canal. I mean, both games are good. It's like either one works. I'm hoping... This one's still processing. Bollocks. Alright, YouTube is just being really weird. We'll do the one that's loading. This is a good game as well, though, guys. So, bon appetit. Enjoy the game. Hopefully, when I come back, we'll have something to cast. Hope. But if not, this is an incredible game. I don't even know if it's going to get uploaded. It should, but I think we're like so behind on backlog. It's really weird. But enjoy, and I'll be back soon. Seen people try to 2TC and it doesn't work. Trade Wing is also really rough because of Ghazi Raiders, even though you're really fast with camels. I think you have to melee wing or culture, and military wing just makes the most sense. And it also just fits Kyatti's style. He likes to be the aggressor where possible. And the cool thing about going military wing here is like you can actually potentially force a Delhi player off of Ghazi opening onto Archer opening instead. That's a good start, folks. Like Delhi, they tend to snowball almost immediately in feudal age because of how impactful the Ghazi beginning is. It escalates them beautifully. So melee wing like this, and the cool thing is if you do force your opponent down to archers, a really popular play for aggressive Abbasid players is to go horseman. Instead, it's 2TC. This is one of the weird things about Kyatti, I think, in a lot of people's eyes, is like he can be the most aggressive person in the top 100, and then he does this against a Civ, which you just wouldn't, like, it's taboo to do it against Delhi. In fact, I remember talking with one or two of the pros a long time ago. Like, it's very interesting because when you look at Kyatti's profile, Abbasid is probably one of his most played Civ, which is odd considering his reputation as an overly aggressive player, right? If you had to choose one Civ to list as not aggressive, it would be Abbasid. Like, on average, I can't think of a Civ that is more complacent and open to the idea of just greeting. We have got him wrapping around the back, and well, in fairness, he might actually find Dumu with the ridiculous berry spawn. What? Dude, they're so close. He's actually buffed some of them up on the second one. By the way, have you ever seen berries so neatly ordered and aligned? Like, they have actually perfectly aligned with the orientation of the map. I don't think I've ever seen it look that pretty. Second TC's going to be out on the deer, so no berries prioritized. He's got ugly berries, okay? You know? Like, this is the guy that buys the beard trimmer for his testicles versus the one that doesn't. There you go. That's someone quick clip and ship that to a certain brand that targets that area of grooming. They should sponsor us. That was perfect. Well, someone was saying earlier today they wanted to see Dumu doing walls. I don't think this was what they meant. Delhi walling like this at 6 minutes was not on the bingo card for an Abbasid Delhi matchup. Yeah, he's taking the defensive orientation, but we did mention, like, the way this works is you get forced archers instead of Ghazi. Technically, guys, you can just go Ghazi. But the problem with going Ghazi in the beginning from Dumu is, like, had he done Ghazi opening and this had been just aggro from Kyatti, he could have snowballed it, right? He could have won the first fight, then pinned you in your base and stopped you getting any sacred sites. So, like, Dumu couldn't risk it. And it means that he's only just now discovering what Kyatti has done. 2TC, and on top of that, he's about to get the Golden Age unlock at 7 minutes. Really good timing here. You know, normally, like, this can be a bit rough where you think Golden Age is good enough for 15% buffer, but Sanctity's coming in around the same time in most games. But due to the way that the Dumu's opened this, like, he's not necessarily able to just run out for free sacred sites. Your opponent's mirroring Horseman at the same timing. You're not ahead. Man, look at the way Dumu trims those perfect berries. Oh, whoa. Okay, my OCD's ruined now. So what now from Kyatti? I guess we're just going to keep lobbing Horsemen. It gives him mobility. It keeps him away from ugly fights. And mobility is especially important when you're playing against Delhi. You need to have an ability to just keep reaching in and denying sacred sites wherever possible. This will achieve that objective. In fact, this reminds me of a classic Abbasid build. They always used to play like this. If you guys remember back in the old days when we used to have Abbasid mirrors happening a lot. Oh god, thank god we have more civs now. It used to just be mass horsemen with 1 or 2 camel archers behind. Now, if Dumu doesn't scale his archer mass, like, that's a potential option. And I think he might be deterred from scaling the archer mass when he sees that it's just raw horseman spam. Because at that point, like, what's the reason to build archers? You're just setting yourself up to be countered, right? Then again, I am noticing one big problem here for Kyatti. It's a classic one whenever people play the Middle Eastern civs. Can you guys figure it out? It's like my biggest pet peeve. Where are the blacksmith decks? When are they existing? When are we getting them? They're very important here, actually, and they just seem to be missing. I like how as soon as I said that, the Abbasid player queued up an eco tech. You can't make this up. Yeah, even Ayabids are really bad for this, actually. Even when they play aggressive feudal builds, they just kind of forget about blacksmith all the time. It just feels like the build orders have never been optimized around them, and it very often leads to losses for those two civs. I mean very often. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. The amount of times I've seen a player lose because he has 40 archers but no blacksmith tech is crazy. Horseman cycling around the map, but so far Dumu's done it well. Yeah, he's making the archers feel justified here because he's walling in. A little bit tricky against mass horsemen because your opponent can actually just break in easily. And what is up, Nexus R3? Thank you very much, mate. It's feudal, so you don't feel bad about distracting with sub. Well, there you go. More people should follow suit. Every time you see feudal, you should drop subs. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. In fairness, when we get hyper late into a game that's an hour long, you can also sub quite easily there. When you've got a giant tug of war where a million units are dying a minute, it's nice to have something else to focus on as well. And here's the first camel. Yeah, but it's the first camel when your opponent has 15 archers. I do like that Kyatti's now adding in his own archers, though. Because, like, the cool thing here, remember, is Boot Camp recently got buffed. It used to be 175. Now it's only 100 resources. So a lot more accessible as a tech, and a lot earlier on. At 10% health, that 50% health rather goes a long way. Has he finished his perfect berries? No, he's been kind of slow rolling them, huh? Yeah, I thought that he would leave the sheep until last, but he's actually got 12 villagers on this. Then again, it kind of makes sense, right? New villagers spawn. What are you going to do with them? If you need more food, you're not going to run them all the way out to the berries. You're just going to have them gather the sheep. And we should have pro scouts coming in soon. Okay, fine. For a second, I thought you forgot about pro scouts. There we go. It is there. So Deer now starting to maybe drag back to base. That's going to give him a lot more runway. Meanwhile, for the Abbasids, like, you've got a lot of value out of these horsemen, sure, but even though your TCs are cheaper, it's still extra burden on your economy. Horseman Anatan? It's starting to slip in, actually. Yeah, it's a little bit weird the way Kyatti's playing this, where he's almost just ignoring the Sacred Site win condition. Or not. Oh, that's sick. He forces the entire army to follow him home, and then just comes in with a free decap, and he's even going to be able to find some worker kills. Dumu, what's going on? Nice strike there. Gets a double kill on the berries, making them just a little bit redder. Does lose a few of the horsemen. Able to break out the other side, and I mean, the decap, it is going to complete in time. The archers from Dumu just slightly too late. And remember, that's important. It's slowing down the escalation, but not necessarily enough. Dumu, he's not far off a House of Learning here. Hear you out. Jeanne d'Arc 2TC. Consecrate makes it pretty much like Abbasids with Knights to raid and feudal. That's a cool idea, but you're now not getting a big discount on your Knights. So this whole idea of you're going to be raiding with Knights, you're not going to have many of them, are you? Also, you don't get the Golden Age effects that Abbasids and Ibids do. It's a cool thought. It just doesn't really translate one-to-one. We have seen consecrations on the TCs from Jeanne d'Arc. It's normally in games where you just, like, don't have a propensity to spam Knights, which is very rare nowadays. Most games, people will just spam Knights. Mathematically, if you are planning to spam Knights non-stop with JD, little tip, it's always worth consecrating stables, if that's the case. There's nothing else that will save you more resources per minute. Similarly, if you're planning to spam Spearmen constantly, then it's better than consecrating a TC. So, looks like Tech Up is on the way, but Dumu has the edge here. And he's looking for that sweet, sweet timing. 2 relics already picked up on the way back. Make it free. Yeah, I think Dumu's actually doing this pretty well. It's the classic relic pull that's hard to intercept. And oh my god, that's a messy fight. He tossed away the Ghazi. Unbelievable. Dumu's just looking like he lost a lot of his firepower. And the scary thing is what you're left with here, guys. Like, mass archers against Abbasid mass archers? No, 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 no. You can get Pakes to give you extra range, which he's prioritizing. But you can't match Gatling gun Abbasid archers. He's going to get access to composite bows. Wait, is Dumu rushing Imperial? Oh, God. Does anyone else feel like we have too many civs that can optimally rush Imperial currently? It is a little bit silly at this stage. You've got Mongols, you've got Delhi, you've got HRE, Order of the Dragon. Who else is there that can just rush him? I think those are your main culprits. But it is silly just how viable that... Okay, there we go. Lance is coming. Thank goodness. I was about to say, it's kind of silly how viable that can be for some of these civs. Him needs to be 3k 1500 because it's so boring. I just wish there was more things on the map to encourage you not to just rush him. That's why I'm such a big fan of points of interest. I think points of interest is a perfect example of like why and how you encourage people to just do the game instead of play the macro. I think that's important. It's tricky to balance in a way that it doesn't just become Dark Age spam for sure. I think there needs to actually be points of interest that unlock based on time in-game or a player achieving a certain age, etc. Because the cool thing about that, like if it was locked to a certain age, like if, you know, once a player hits Imperial, these things unlock, they'd unlock for everyone. So the cool thing there is like it almost keeps someone in check from just really rushing Imperial with like Mongols or HRE and stay in the base. Because if they do that, then the guy who's actually on the map would then all of a sudden have new objectives to give him economy and perks, etc. No, I don't think you need to nerf Stonewalls. Stonewalls are fine. It's just the ease with which your economy in a lot of cases allows the greed. Speaking of which, Dumu is kind of doing it again. It could be he's just prepping more Lancers, but I think earlier on he realized like he didn't have enough Scholars yet for the tech timing. Now he's kind of approaching the number where it could feel pretty good. He's also approaching the base. Looks like he wants to fight. Kyatti has leaned hard into archers, though. He's got the composite bows. He's got the veterancy. And he could buy a little bit of time here. 10 seconds out from range 2. Dumu, of course, already has those techs, which is why he wants to fight right now. But they're standing still. And remember, the composite bows is the jackpot, the winner. Lancers is buying a little bit of time, but that exists on both sides of the fight. And the upgrade just came in. This is where things should start to favor Kyatti. 49 archers versus 36. It's numbers in favor, but also damage. And that dive in, achieving very little for Dumu. It looks like it was designed to buy him time for the castle into Imperial play. But with no eco damage done, it puts him in a bit of a wonky position here. It's a 30 worker lead. It's eco wing as well. I believe we have got farms starting to litter in a little bit from Kyatti. Yeah, he's up to 5 currently. We'll be able to afford more with the eco wing. And now he just stands his ground with the crash. It's just so tilting to try and deal with these archers, man. Dude, like, here's the thing. Even if he chose Tower of Victory, it wouldn't have solved his problems. Relics are at least coming in. And it seems like a strange fight because Dumu is not committing everything to what he's posturing for here. And he's doing that against the player that will. The other crazy thing is like Dumu is just committing into mass... Not mass greed. Like he's trying to play kind of more of a macro game, but Kyatti is committing him to mass archers every time. Now that one low did get him 2 horsemen. Golf clap is there. Once again, these archers just keep pushing him further and further back. My worry for Dumu is that he's going to try for the age up and then just get caught off guard. But this could be the saving grace. We've got a war elephant. Hello. Yeah, and that's going to take a lot more arrows. Oh no, I think he might need crossbows. So full retreat now. Kyatti's food income isn't that great, so if it's not archers, he's kind of limited in what he can do because he hasn't made a farm transition yet. He's still only at 5. Yeah, even gathering berries on the front side now. I mean, lancers you can kill, sure, but a war elephant is like smushing 4 lancers into 1. Right, because lancers are 230, they have 4 base. You've got 5 base with 850 HP. Wait, he's actually... No. How has he still got more archers? I'm not going to say bastards are broken, that's for sure, right? Like, they're not that good of a civ right now. But when this build works, it works really well. I think he may have just been drained, though. He's down to 25 archers now. He's got 200 food income. Oh, my God. It was going all so well until the food depleted, right? The keep drop on the front side is a no-no. He got beaten to the punchline by Dumu. That's an 8k locked in. The other one is near Sacred Side, which is probably going to get keep drop soon. He has to settle for a 4k. And I don't see the wood gathering for mass farms now. He's at 11 currently. He has to remax on archers, which means he's using all his wood. Just kind of a tricky one for a moment there. It did look like Kyatti was walking away with the game. Dumu able to pull it back. And now at this point, close to 20 scholars. This type of map control, 8k locked in. I mean, the Imperial doesn't look as greedy anymore. He does have a food issue that he hasn't solved for, though. Doesn't have a front line for those mangoes? Wait, you mean Rock doesn't beat Elephant? Been lied to all my life. Like, think about it, guys. Mangoes, if you have enough of 85% ranged armor, 130 HP. Look, all I'm going to say is if in life you've experienced that Rock does not beat Elephant, you clearly need to buy a bigger Rock. Okay? That's like when someone says, oh, well, KP, you can't win a war with a single missile. Buy a bigger missile. Your problem is you're buying British rocks where, like, the ones that we use to measure stone. They're not that heavy. What you need is the giant meteor from Apocalypse. Is it Apocalypse? The Bruce Willis? I always get mixed up. Because Apocalypse now is the Vietnamese movie, right? Well, not the Vietnam movie. Oh my... Have you guys been breeding again? What? 5 war elephants now. Oh god, and like... You need to get, what, 30 crossbows to have a good answer to this. That's going to take some time. He has got the gold access currently to do so because he's got the 2 4Ks, but one of them's almost already tapped. And Dumu's starting to macro up. Like, I think we're going to be seeing Imperial in like 2 minutes' time. And no, composite bows does not affect the crossbows. I kind of wish it did, though. Outpost is going to be a fail. Castle Drop's not going to really last long against mass war elephants either. These things are basically more mobile battering rams as well. You can see it by the damage. 100 per strike. Against a knock, that's going to force a reaction. And an interesting back away. Yeah, Dumu actually does end up losing one of the elephants to the defenses. And the triple mango seems to have freaked him out. Wow, so he backs off entirely. He reinvests in 2 more war elephants. Guys, we've got Dumu now with, at this rate, 3,000 gold and nowhere near enough food for attack. He's kind of stuck. The classic over boom. I mean, we see this quite often with Dumu. He's a really big fan of just accruing a lot of gold and then using it for all the technologies. That concept doesn't really make sense on Delhi, though, specifically, right? They don't pay anything for the techs. In terms of the eco situation, by the way, do you remember at this stage, Dumu is able to play catch-up with keep spam? He's got 2 keeps, so he's actually catching up on the economy lead that Kyatti's built. So if that's your big concern, like Kyatti's going to eclipse him there, no, he won't. Dumu's got 4 relics, 2 sacred sites. He's got 3 TC worth of production versus 2. And on top of that, he's fixing the farming issue. at a pacing which is kind of matching Kyatti. 16 farms. Yeah, Dumu's going to have more farms in the next 20 seconds. What a rough game now. Because what does Kyatti really do? You know, he's had to react into the crossbowman. He needs the CJ sat, which is why like he's got the trebs. For now, Dumu's kind of weak because he's in the middle of the farm transition. If you let him get beyond it, then you have the problem, right? Because then he can just keep vomiting out troops. It looks like Kyatti is paranoid about a switch, by the way. I think that's why you're seeing horsemen. It counters archers, but it also counters tower elephants. So it ticks all the boxes nicely. To leave you, tickety-boo. I don't know why I felt the need to say that word. Sometimes I feel like with the passing years, I get more British. Not less. Which is odd for someone who interacts with so many people globally. Dumu using a lot of stone to keep this one up. Remember, 3 villages is optimal. More than that, and you burn more stone. You can even see it on the repair rate there. That's the tricky thing, right? It's like you're burning a lot of stone to keep this one up. Also, you're idling 10 workers, and then you're idling however many you need to even get the stone. And that's what makes it very pop efficient. Like, if you're idling 10 workers to keep this thing alive, you only invested 4 population to take it out, right? It's just a very good trade. I think trebuchets are in just probably the best place they've ever been historically in AoE 4. The only time they were better was specifically for English with the very broken form of Sharon projectiles. Now we have to dive in. He's sick and tired of this. He doesn't want to let him get the gold anymore. And in fact, Kyatti, I think he knows there's an age up coming, and he needs the gold to now mirror. So castle gets taken out. And we've got the Hissa Academy. I think Ben's a little bit paranoid about food right now. You don't often see Hissa Academy anymore. It fell off pretty hard. Most people will just always go past the Sultan because what's not to like? You get an elephant that has guns. Is there anything that sounds more broken in AoE 4 than that? Probably not. Wait. I can do you one better. What if the elephant had 2 guns on its back instead of 1? Like I'm now complete. Look at that Kyoppa text. This is the other disgusting thing about Delhi. You know, compared to like any other Civ, right? Like every other Civ at this stage of the game, oh man, I'm gonna need a 700 gold spend here, a 700 gold spend there, or maybe I get culturing, I get a little bit lucky, but it's still a pricey endeavor. Then there's Delhi. You're like, wait, you pay your academia? Our pay is that we gave birth to them, okay? We paid someone to incubate these children, these scholars. They didn't get a salary. Bombard elephants? This is why we need an Order the Dragon Delhi Civ. Alright, I'll stop. Mangoes and Trebs. Repairs not going to be easy here for Dumu. He's reluctant to take a fight, which means he's going to lose access to the 8k golds times 2. That's the problem. Culture Wing's only 50 seconds away. Spin and Spam begins as well. He's got a decent crossbow mass to deal with the War Elephants. And that's the big thing that I don't think Dumu's answered for here. He hasn't solved the crossbows. Also about to drop. We'll at least get the Scholars Boogalooing out there. Is there anything for Kyatti to really fear right now? So Dumu has a lot of food, and he's going to get a lot more food. Currently, the Hissa Academy, someone's asking if it's a bit like Fulani. It kind of is. There's a lot more techs to do, and remember, the way Hissa Academy works, every single tech that you research generates 12 food. So it escalates really nicely. He has got gold in the form of the relics, but very limited gold. If you're trying to spam War Elephants and Tower Elephants, it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Kyatti has full map length. He's got the 2 AKs, and between them, there's still about 11,000 gold. So pretty much anything is on the table here. For example, he could actually start going into hand cannoneers. Mass mangoes could also make a lot of sense. Are skulls the fastest thing with 2 legs? Yes. They're quicker than Onubugeisha, so they win. Although, it depends how you define fastest. Because, situationally, there's other faster things. So, Onubugeisha when they charge, or anything that is 2-legged military from Delhi when they use Force March. Yes, Delhi, actually, like, with that detail in mind, situationally, they have the fastest moving infantry in the game. Shinobi? No, Shinobi is substantially slower. Shinobi are 1.36, while Scholars, when they've got the Zuma Boy tech, they move at 1.69. It's pretty damn nice. It's just you never notice it because they're always following elephants. You can teleport? Yeah, but that's not movement speed. Venetian traders go 2.06. Okay, Fat Flop. I'm a little bit worried because you usually handle the gamble payouts, and I'm pretty sure Venetian traders have 4 legs. China's Palace Guard? China's Palace Guard 1.36, get 15%. You go up to, is it 1.56, I believe, with Palace Guard? So you're still slower. What wasn't slow is this escalation on elephants. Where did this come from? Alright, chill. Elite Army Tactics is on the way. The Spearman should also have the Phalanx tech for the extra range. Really important here. Just means you spend less time chasing after, more time killing. What a crazy all-in from Dumu. 5,000 food in reserve. He's prepping adjustable crossbars behind this. And it is going to be a commitment of the castle. The healer boys doing what they do best. It's giving zeal as well, so it's just machine gun speed on these headbutts. And now, with the castles broken, Kyatti's at risk. Look at the military. Even without the Elephanto landmark, he elephants his way up. And oh my god, he's not even trying to move away. Kyatti's just standing his ground. It's taking too long. How is this ever meant to be reasonable? 1,232 HP on a 3 population unit. You can't find anything more population efficient than this for health. And not just health, damage. Damage is insanely high. 53 base, 28 with the second attack up top. As a baseline, without bonus included, that comes to 81 damage being done every round of attacks. Split that between 3 population. And you're talking about, like, what, 26, 27 damage? That's really not that far off a hand cannon near at that stage. It's a lot more tanky. I think he's broken him. Kyatti, it looked like he was getting prepped for that late game where you full-on Boogaloo with Abbasids, but it never truly came together. He never got towards the improved processing. He never got the full medical center upgrades and the comp fully upgraded, right? Like, we're talking about crossbowmen that don't even have incendiary arrows. But then again, hold on, what just happened? He actually finned it. How did he get through 11 crossbow, 11 crossbows? 11 elephants that quick at the end? I mean, there is still an issue here for Kyatti, right? It was a damn good defense, but he's still in pain on certain resource types. He's got plenty of wood, just needs to reallocate. The gold is the thing that's going to freak me out a little for him. Because if crossbow has to be the solution, good luck. But I love that he's just blobbing spears now. Because he prioed Elite Army Tactics over Incendiary. Wow. I'm actually kind of shocked. I think this is an Abbasid-specific thing. Other civs trying to do Spearmen like that, even with the more recent bonus against Elephant tag as well, I think they would have struggled to win that fight. But the thing you've got to remember about Abbasid Spearmen is they get the extra range to essentially have double the amount attacking in choke points. It also means their first point of contact has double the output, and they spend less time running around in circles like other Spearmen would. That was sick. Yeah, I thought he was done for. He was toast after that. The elephants may have reached their limits here. For the time being, Dumu still believes in them. And a horseman mix now coming in as well, which just makes sense. You've gone full spear, your opponent's going to go archers. He could have actually just done spear archer, but I think horseman gives him a better opportunity to dive in afterwards. Come the spears. Look at the health bars. Look. Reminder, that's 1200 HP. You would not think it. I think Dumu's also got way too many scholars. Half of his military that remains are scholars. Nah, this is an overwhelming lead. It's just stacking up against him right now. And it's crazy because, like, Dumu, he's got so much resource in reserve. He just doesn't have to seem to have the right thing coming out, rather. And Horsemen, they just get the freebies. The mangoes start to arrive just in time to die to this. He is going to be able to reset the push. Kyatti, ooh. Wait, why did he stop producing spears? I don't think he thought that this was going to be continued elephant spam. Oh, I get where Kyatti's coming from, but like if this has just been more spears, I think Dumu is just going broke from the push, right? I mean, in fairness, he has got horsemen to counter tower elephants. The problem is your opponent's still building war elephants, and the mirrored Ghazi play is sick. Ghazi, one of the highest value cavalry units this late in the game, just for the cost versus what they do. So tanky, so hard to kill. Decent base damage all around. Just like that, it swung again. Kyatti behind a military now. And guys, it's going to get worse for him as well. Dumu's pretty much researched everything. I don't think there's anything left. That's a really big problem for Kyatti, because it means that these 31 scholars will be used in the next fight. And if that fight fails, he doesn't need scholars anymore. He can just get more military. What a crazy game. And the horsemen? Whoa. Okay, that may have been a bit of an ambitious dive. He will get some of the siege, but now he's running headfirst into war elephants. And I don't even know if the mangoes are actually that important for Dumu. It's nice that they exist because they've got adjustable crossbars. But like, for real, we're back to what we had before where war elephants could end the game. This time, Kyatti is looking to go for the ultimate counter. He has got hand cannoneers in tow. Now just trying to deny the gold out because he's seen the hand cannoneer plan. He knows that requires access. We do have a backup for Kyatti in the north side. And he's also snatching the west. Yeah, just good macro game overall with the way he's playing the map. And wait, can we just please stop moving them away? I'm getting PTSD watching this backline frontline. It's a flashback to the earlier argument of like, where's the front line for mangoes? The back line is the front line when you're Kyatti. That's always been the way. He sees people not tanking with their face. It's like, I know you do damage, but you could also be helping. Wait, why is Dumu building more scholars? Did he just kind of forget? Yeah, I think he forgot. I mean, if he pulls the 33 scholars into this next fight... Hand cannoneers are good at overriding healing because they just kill you so fast the healing like struggles to keep up. So technically this can actually work against the mass scholar pool. So just imagine what happens when Dumu's able to leverage 30 more population slots for Ghazi. That's when I'm worried here for Kyatti. Horsemen now rotating around the back. We have got the castles coming up. Dumu should be fine here, right? Like double castle should be good enough just to get us away eventually. And the elephants will continue to siege in. Remember, we have got Golden Age free with some padding, which is pretty good. The production speed is the most important thing there. And he's switching into camel riders. And wait, are people getting arrows? No, I think we're getting jabeted. Looks like live is fine to me. Camel riders is actually quite interesting here. It counterplays the Ghazi, even more so with the camel armor. It can even actually deal with the war elephants if you're able to surround. Like, war elephants kind of suck when they get surrounded against camels. Why camels usually doesn't work reliably against war elephants is if you frontline the fight and it's a line, then you just get maximum damaged on the front side, but you don't have a good enough like focus of attacks to kill elephants off fast enough. But like in the late game here with like barded armor, +2 as in both levels, which we're now getting towards, and the fact he's at 400 HP, I kind of dig the camel idea. I don't know if I'd say it's better than just raw going spearman at this stage, but maybe his thought is like mobility is key. And technically, like, you can just do camel plus spear, because then your camel becomes your front line, and then the spearmen follow up, right, from behind. So, like, you don't actually lose your DPSer. You just have a very tanky frontline unit. Oh, nice. You got medical centers. This is really cool. If you can keep the castles up, which is the big challenge. Double bombard is sieging in. This game has been such a tug of war. And oh my god, the overwhelm just dives straight through. Ghazi dead. Elephant's falling as well. He's got the perfect anti-cavalry comp. And the problem for Dumu is that he's only cavalry. There's nothing but cavalry and siege here. That's practically the entire starting army, or standing army rather. He's got 33 scholars still. Why hasn't Dumu used these yet? I'm a little bit confused at this stage. Like, what is he waiting for? Oh, the production rates. Yeah, so he's locked a lot of them in there. He has at least pulled them from elsewhere, so it is just focused on production rates, I think. At this stage, though, it might just be more worth building additional structures. And there we go. He gets 15 out. So it's freeing up the pop space now. Kind of tricky because he's essentially just built the same thing he did last time. Just adding in scholars now. Scholars that aren't going to change the outcome of camels beating Ghazi, or at least they shouldn't. Covering is at least going to get sniped. Worker repair crew's in trouble. The elephant is struggling. And he's in retreat again. Yeah, the Ghazi, they do get chased here. So he does drag some of the army away, but not really more than he's diving in with. It's kind of a balanced population exchange. Does seem to give the edge, though, in the center, allowing Dumu to get a push in. Now, we'll keep the castle alive. Last of the gold soon to exhaust, and we even have farms on the wide extremes of the map here. 73 farms in total of that. Ridiculous amount of food pump. I'm starting to wonder, though. Does Kyatti... Yeah, he hasn't realized. He's missing an eco-tech here. He got agriculture, but he did not get the precision crossbreeding. Men-at-arms might be good for Dumu. It's an interesting idea into, like, men-at-arms. Especially now with archers as well. The archers kind of surprises me, but I think the logic here is composite bows plus the silk bowstrings would give him the DPS to kill any tank enemies. Sacred Sight's army is ticking behind this. This is when in AoE 4 when I want to swap to another game. Yeah, it's like... I've talked about this. I would really like to see things that like escalate more in late game, if that makes sense. It's tricky as well, because I was talking to my editor about this, and it feels like any game recording that's under 20 minutes is going to perform worse than other uploads on YouTube. So, like, the audience doesn't seem to like quick resolution games anyway. Which is odd. Like, I don't know. My opinion, my take is, like, if it's super active, it should be fine. Even then, I've seen some of them perform poorly. Elephant front line, though. Get ready to drop in 3, 2, 1. And we got, what, 2 down. 3 more. Not looking great. 4. Does pull them back just in time, so big props to that. Like, these are expensive investments when the gold is running out. I think that's the biggest issue I'm seeing in this game for Dumu, is like, how do you keep affording elephants at this rate? You're going to have to trade. And you're not exactly a great trading civ. The horseman arrives just in time as the new tower elephants come through. I mean, technically, Kyatti should have this. Yeah, it's too many horsemen. So you're going to lose the triple tower elephant on the retreat, is what should probably happen here. Unless... Nice turnaround. Spear follow-up's going to be there, though. And just great micro. Like, Kyatti done a great job there of sniping down all the backline scholars. So he removed the Zeal. The heal isn't as important as the Zeal. The Zeal with the 50% attack speed is really what allows these War Elephants to keep just headbutting the front line. Those health bars are getting awfully weak all of a sudden. Kyatti has the correct call. He realizes he's extending beyond his means a bit again. So he backs up just a moment. Gets the next wave in. All right, get your predictions in. When is this game ending? And that I am such a big fan of. Really smart move here by Kyatti and so underrated, folks. If you're playing a game and you're stuck in a tug of war and you cannot figure out how to end the game, one of the biggest overlooked details that I've seen time and time again for people is that they do not remember to build into for production. This is how you gain ground more and more. Because especially with some of these units, like the gunpowder units, the archers, like they're going to die fast or take a long time to produce. Dumu has to make a stand here, remember. Sacred Site is just the south side. And Kyatti. Let's get some more production, maybe. There's still 6,000 wood. Oh my god. If he could just find a little bit of gold, imagine a mango play here. Just 2 or 3 with adjustable crossbars. I mean, actually it would be a really good time as well, because Dumu's pivoting to more mangoes. He hasn't really got gold to just spend on mass elephants anymore. And wait, he's just machine gunning the mangoes down? That's ridiculous. He also doesn't have silk bowstring still. Interesting, because like if you're going to use archers to counterplay mangoes, bowstrings would be very handy here. Villager on villager massacres happening to the south side. The elephants are just gone, guys. Like, I think this is pretty cool by Dumu, the way he tried to play this. But the goal is just going to kill him, man. And like we said, you know, when do you ever trade with Delhi? And also with this type of spawn, it's rough. He didn't have the full corner, which makes it less, like, encourageable. Even if he did, like, your opponent's already down here, so he'd see you coming. Damn. Kyatti's a monster. That's 2 games in a row. Just can't stop the Finn from finning. Remove Imp Age. I think the thing is, like, maybe it'd be cool to have more escalation points. Ways of getting a bigger edge through something other than resources running out in the late game. I don't want to say add another age to the game, because I think that just encourages even more macro. But, like, we do already technically have age 5 when you think about it. University techs. University techs are meant to be age 5. It's just once you get there, like, what's the ceiling? Okay, is my Civ just stronger because I have better units? Or is it a case of I just have more resources? It's not to say you can't outplay in the late game. You definitely can. But, I think someone I've always highlighted about AB4 compared to, like, you know, if you think about something like StarCraft, Christine's on Red Alert 2. You don't have super weapons. You don't have, like, late game enders. It reminds me of someone I said years ago, which is, like, the super weapon in Age of Empires is the Wonder. And it's probably the worst super weapon I've ever seen in the history of RTS. It's just very anticlimactic. Alright, like, you wait 10 minutes and it just says victory on the screen. I did love what Age of Mythology tried to do, where they had the myth age, right? The extra age to unlock, where you, like, all of a sudden get ridiculous speeds on your god pass, but it's super expensive. Oi, 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 horsemen. They're reaching the siege. Ah, that looks to be it. Angos are gone. Dumu, he just doesn't have the gold to remax. And Kyatti is just consistently pushing like this. Like, this was so helpful as well. Like, it's only 4 archery ranges. Wait, what is he doing? Oh, he's rallied back to deal with the guards. For a second, I thought he had his 4 archery rangers rallying into the back of his base this whole time. He's going to start retreating behind the infrastructure. The Sacred Site win condition has been removed. I like that he just went for a few rams. Really efficient way of breaking through here, because Dumu's only really been defending with archers. Damn, who would have thought it? Abbasids, if you let him go in the late game, They're a big boogeyman. It does fit. Elephants can't close ultra late game needs buffs. It's true. Why? Like, why? Okay, come on, guys. Like, you've seen how big an elephant is? Like, look at the size of these things. You're telling me there's only room for one person there? Bruh, this is like that lady on the bus who I can clearly see there's enough room for someone to sit next to her. And she's like, sorry, no room. And she puts her, like, very tiny purse next to her. She's like, sorry, I need this space. Where's the infantry buff, right? Pay 500. Add a new spearman. There should be a recruit button on top of these guys. No, I'm going to stop, please. Could you imagine, actually? You're able to just get a squad of spears up there, like 6 guys with spears. Please, no. How's it going down now? I think we're at death's door. Dumu, props to him for just trying to make one valiant last stand. I mean, you might as well for the content. You've been in this for almost an hour at this stage. And I think, yeah, the Kyatti, he even optimized his military, right? He got rid of a lot of the farms that they got raided. He didn't reboom them. It's just full blob and go. Come on, guys. Where's the tech to allow me to mount a bombard on the elephant? Yo, I should have the ability to stick a bombard cannon on each side of the elephant. And then I should have the ability to garrison spears on elephants. Ace Ventura, if I spawn Ace Ventura in the game, he should definitely be able to garrison the side of an elephant. Admittedly, that's a rhino in the movie, but close enough. Oh, Benny boy. What a day. Is it just going to be him versus Kyatti all day? We need to, you know, I think more you need to make the climb up to, like, top conk. What was that? I think it used to always be we'd get Ben versus Louis MT at this time of the day. Kyatti's in the mix. I think Louis MT's just playing a lot of scrims at the moment. But pretty cool to just see Kyatti just rolling over like, rolling through like this, rather, not rolling over. And just comical with all we hyped about him loving the early game, not wanting to be there. Well, when you stick Kyatti in a field of late game filth, he'll roll around in it like a happy pig. House of Learning about to go down. TC's already in shambles. And Dumu is about to be forcefully vacated from this game. He's like, but I'm getting the mangoes to get. I just need a little bit more time. No, no time. I think, like, in hindsight, Dumu kind of got maybe caught off guard by 2 TC from Kyatti as well. Like, it sounds a bit funky for Abadeli from what I've seen historically, and also just the player-wise. Like we said at the start, like, when you get in a game against Kyatti, you expect him to just attack you relentlessly. Played this really well. Okay, so final landmark back here. This is his last stand, his valiant stand, Dome of Faith. It feels like Kyatti's never losing quite enough army to put him over the edge into debt, right? He's always got, like, food and wood reserves. He's not losing the culverins either, which is giving him a sniping target for the mangoes. He does dive in. Nice snipe there with the war elephant. But as we can see, poor Dumbo just ain't no match for the trash. He did snipe out the coves. Okay, well played to Ben. Anyone else impressed by how well the archers are just dealing with siege on both sides? Meanwhile, look at this guy trying to use optimal counters. Horsemen to deal with siege. Psh, you're a bastard. Shut up and build more archers. Get a bow, get an arrow, Robin Hood from the day one that you're born. Even just kill the landmark with them, you know? Could he actually survive? Dumu's that type of guy that does this to me in these type of positions. Where I'm like, could he keep existing and turn this around fully? The mango play, like, he can kind of maintain it with sacred sites and relics. It is kind of interesting, actually, that Kyatti's never taken these away. Because remember, for Delhi, that's actually quite a lot of gold. You see right there, 250 gold a minute. Which is the kind of the difference maker, right? It's allowed them to keep getting mangoes back in, elephants, now men at arms. Why do I get the feeling that Dumu had to go, like, take a break after this? This just feels like such a sweaty game. The amount of focus you have to put on micro. An hour in this heat as well. Probably had to get out for a stretch. Maybe the good news on that is old man Kyatti might have went for a nap after this one. We have got a new Coverin arriving. And he tried to repair it, but he's genuinely just getting incendiary down on the landmarks again. Yo, this is the ultimate strat. We just need to garrison every single house with our archers. Essentially giving these archers armor worth almost 1500 HP. And this will keep us alive forever. The best medicine is to go next game ASAP. No, that's not how sunken cost fallacy works. Fallacy work. Man goes. Oh, he's actually. Whoa, 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 whoa! That's too many horsemen. Oh no! Is that the final strike? 31 ponies go in. There's only 10 men at arms here. This has to be the breakthrough. I mean, how much can scholars really do? A few of the horsemen are slipping into the mangoes. It's the final one left alive. Arrow shots are coming in to finish that off. He did lose a lot of archers doing this. And Dumu can afford a lot more arch... Wait. Does Kyatti have much wood left? Not really? Where's Dumu getting so much wood? Okay, it's here. So he's about to be out as well. We have basically just turned this map into a giant bald head when it comes to tree lines, which is poetic. And the difference maker of the relics and sacred sites actually matters a lot now. What? No. I mean, if we are going to make the map balls, it would be a buff to Dumu. He's mastered that already. The one Culverin? Wait. He's trying to snipe it. The villagers need to keep preparing. He's got the wood. Cole's getting it low. Dumu can definitely afford to pull more workers here. He's got 3,500 wood right now. It's an all-in. Kyatti's sick and tired of this game, and the Culverin goes down. The men-at-arms get on top of it. Dumu, not even force march needed there. And it looks like this is doomed to be an L, a loss, and I can't believe it. Dumu, with the full flex Wallalol to wave Kyatti goodbye. How about that for a game? Oh my god, ads please. What the hell? That's a very loud ad. Yes, amazing game. Told you guys it was worth the wait. And then it is lined up us up perfectly, rather. We're ready for our next series, Lash versus Yondo. I am full of food, and we do finally have something else to cast. Oh my god. It's been a slow day to get the boys in. Crazy game, right? Yeah, absolutely freaking crazy game. I wonder how many people actually didn't see that on the YouTube side. That was actually uploaded on the channel. Reminder, you want to be subscribed across there and check, as we do upload daily. Absolutely wild one, man. Like, one of the best wall laws. I mean, it's a flex wall law, right? But let's go. So, Mongols versus House Lancaster. We've got Lash versus Yondo. A best of 3. See, guys, I tell you, we find the games. We find the games that deliver. Let's see if we can get one that delivers here. It's a caster showdown. Germany versus France. An epic tale that can forge entire wars. Let's see if we can do it here in Age of Empires 4. Lash going up against Yondo in a best of 3 this week in the Midweek Muster Season 2, week number 4. Yondo with the House of Lancaster pick, trying to prove that actually it wasn't the fact that the British were like wielding the bows. It's just whoever had it would be OP. On the other side, Lash has gone for Mongols. Interesting map for this pick. Mongols, very high value due to the forgotten ruins that exist on this. This is Danube Divide. It's a new map that's been created by the combined efforts of Kavayu and Corvinus, and is in fact our default map for week number 4. So you will be getting familiar with it. Jondo is going to show you that it's not just Mongols that can use this. This is really strong, actually, for Lancaster. Remember, Lancaster produced a lot more spearmen in the early game due to the faster gathering rate on sheep. They're 20% faster than any other civ by default. Now, the cool thing about that is it allows you to pump out the spearmen for a very clean timing to secure sacred site. And the cool thing about that is going to be the Forgotten Ruins. Remember, once you get your hands on these things, once you lock them in, you're able to generate 60 stone a minute, which sets you up very nicely to scale with Lancaster in Feudal Age via your manors. Mongols is a little bit different. They benefit from this too. They tend to capture it a little bit later, which is a bit sad, actually, because it means that you're not using the double stone, or getting the double stone quicker, rather. But you can at least catch up at this point, right? Uvu goes up, Lash can queue up, double spear. Problem is, Yondo's already going to be up to 4 by the time you're at 2. Yeah, might actually make it difficult for Lash to take his sacred site. The tricky part is on a map like this, you're just so close together. We're going with 2 XP because I think we're a minute out from live. Yeah, like, I think this is what has me a little bit worried about the idea of Mongols here. Is like, Mongols that has usually been rewarded as the most aggressive civ. I don't feel like you look that scary against this Lancaster. I feel like you look that scary against this Lancaster. I feel like you look that... We just echoed ourselves. Oh, let's actually go for some predictions as well. I'm going to open up the predictions for you guys now for game number 1. So we have got, of course, Jondo versus Lash. Yeah, it's really cool, actually, that we just have casters of different languages that are able to compete in this caliber. Lash has had some decent deep runs. I think Jondo typically gets blocked out in the round of 32. He's maybe had 1 or 2 dips into the round 16. But never deeper. Whereas Lash, I believe, he's made it all the way to quarterfinals. We might have even had a single semi-finals appearance in the past. Lash lobbing a lot of spears. He actually took the bait. Jondo didn't want to fully commit. Yeah, you can see he stopped. He pulls away from the stone gathering. So, I don't know. Like, could you have just kept doing this? This is the weird thing. I feel like in a weird way, you can just keep spamming spears at Lancaster pretty contently. As long as you don't luck out on the RNG of sheep spawns, which, you know, he has 16 sheep. He actually won the sheep game. So it's kind of weird to me because I feel like you actually probably could just keep spamming, but then you just got all this stone that's not worth anything until you get feudal. So Jondo will just pull up now with the Abbey of Kings. That's just more of a pro player than a caster, you'd say. In recent times, though, he's been upping the amount of casting he's been doing, right? Like, you say it that way, but think about it another way. Who's the go-to person for German commentary in Age of Empires 4? That's when it's an interesting angle. Like, there's maybe an argument, actually, like, not even an argument, I think it's a fair point. Lash sees even more viewership drum up when he chooses to focus on his commentary. Big Kings is on the way. I mean, it's a ballsy play here. Because the positioning, like, could he actually burn it? It's slightly too close to the TC. You'd actually get hit by the town center. But he's going to get the bow on the racks. Deerstone's now on the way. I don't know, man. I think Jondo poked a bear with this spear spam bait and then backed down maybe a little bit too quickly. I think he didn't want to turn it into a micro battle, and now he has to pay the price. Double burn there. Cha-ching for Lash. Oh, dearie, dearie me. This does not look good. What are you meant to do with this now? I mean, you could go Yeoman. It seems the most obvious thing. Very expensive. And also, like, your opponent has got the stone gen, so he's going to have some nice double pump. Probably could just open up Keshik here. If you are going to do Yeoman, like, this is actually the way to do it. The Abbey of Kings is really powerful because it just allows you to amp up their health. They're very hard to kill. Also, a great map for it due to the distance. You're really close to the enemy base, so you can retreat from harassing and heal. Abbey of Kings is pretty cool. Jondo is going to shift onto the stone, so obviously you can get enough off of that forward play onto the Forgotten Ruins. We need to make up for it elsewhere. I think Kyatti is the go-to for German commentary. Doesn't he only do that when he's a guest on Lash's stream? And yes, you only get stone when you put the villager inside the Forgotten Ruins. Is Jondo just going to be a greedy mother ducker? Probably not, because it's a little bit risky. Your gold isn't actually really secure. Like, your perspective on this, there could just be spears waiting right here. It's kind of hilarious that an English variant decided to bait mass spearmen and lost to it in the opening. Because the funny thing here, guys, is like spear attacks are meant to be really ineffective against Lancaster due to their villagers having short bows. But it's very different when it's not inside the base, of course. Lash. Love this. I haven't seen many people doing this so far, playing out onto the deer, but high value play. The better gathering rate is going to give him a push timing here. He's got so much stone to work with. I thought he'd go Keshiks just to try and poke and prod, but he's just going to Archibald. A little bit risky because your opponent could theoretically go Hobbler, but this is the nice thing where, you know, Yeoman isn't exactly easily scalable until you've got enough of the manas online. So he knows Yos aren't going to exist, which means Hobbler can't exist, right? Because you've got 13 spearmen as Mongols. No, I think we're still like a minute out from live. Sorry, let me fix that. Seems we've got a little bit of downtime. Spear Archer, ready to go on the move. Yeah, Jondo's really far out because he's trying to gather the gold for a tech up now. So this is going to be a white tower rush, but guys, this could so easily fall apart. Think about what's happening here. The gold is out of the base. There's no wheelbarrow. Jondo does not have enough gold to pull back yet. Army's now marching in, and he does also have the maneuver speed arrow, so he could gap close if he notices. This catches a villager straight away. So steer towards the gold. If he gets a sniff of it, it's Khan selected, press Q, and then GG. Jondo, he's committed at this stage. There's no going back. Villagers go for the drop-off. He's got enough gold there. Just needs to manually do it, but takes way too long. So now the move comes in. The archers dive on through. Ignores the spearmen entirely. Goes for the workers. Khan goes down, but look at this. A 10-worker lead, essentially. Spearmen are going to get cleared up. There's no way they'll be able to fight up against the archers. And now the white tower attempt on the front side of the base. I mean, a good idea here. If Lash just rallied reinforcements, like he's got them sitting right here. They're moving around now. I mean, this is all or nothing. Jondo, with 75% of his economy building this landmark. Lash does see it. He needs to just start attacking the workers. There's no textiles. John will try to pull back. Difficult to do. Yeah, like Lash has wedged himself in now. So you're going to lose probably 4 more workers to get this up. Starts trying to pull them back early. And wow, Lash actually backs away. Probably would have been worth it just to get 2 or 3 more worker kills there. But tech up complete. However, Jondo is 12 workers down and Lash isn't far off of Castle. This does not look like a strong Lancaster game right now. No, this is like one of those you're hobbling along, going like, I can do it, guys. I'm still alive. Barely. How many workers you get per mana? So a mana is equivocal to about, like, we usually say 3.5 villages. Right? Because you get 100 resources. 105, actually. And you can put, like, a reasonable, like, value point on a villager of... Well, early on it's like 35, and then it goes up towards 45, right? So at that point, you're like 2.5. So usually 2.5 to 3 villages is usually the fair estimation. I usually lean to like 2.5 to be safe, just to kind of... just to calculate for different civs having bonus buffs. Like the one we just described with Lancaster gathering quicker from sheep. Lash does need to save up a little bit now. So there's some breathing room here for Jondo. He's getting towards that Earl's Guard timing. It's a short map. Could this actually work? Gonna clash. Spear spam from Lash. Enough spears you can overwhelm, but this feels underwhelming. No, the spearman dying a little bit too fast right now. And Jondo realizing it, he starts to queue up more lords. Just to make sure these guys last a long time. Archers We'll just stand their ground. Lash, I think he knows that if he lets him go any deeper, it's going to turn to worker losses for him. So yeah, just sacks the archers. And there they are. I wondered where the hell these guys were. The backstab comes in now, and that's going to be the Earl's Guard falling flat. Yeah, this many spearmen. This is where you just start to die one by one. He's even kiting him to kind of make sure that like less time is spent standing still whacking with that hammer. Kurotai is now on the way. I think Lash, double production here should have enough spears to kind of stem the tide. Shondo can barely scrape the surface here. I mean, he's nowhere near hitting the double digits that's required to snowball with this. To make matters worse, Lash now just about 40 seconds away from age 3. Now what? Relics isn't a bad idea. Maybe you can afford to switch into knights. John Doe is out of food though, guys. He's on berries. Oh my god. How often do you see 27 Lancastrian villagers on berries? That is not a good look. Wow. So safe food's about to run out for him. But Lash already has patches. Plus 10 sheep. So he's fine. He's safe. Veterancy for archers just got queued as well by Lash. He's going to be moving with the fat stack on the north side. The Khan is now shifting around. Probably too late to stop the monk. So first relic for John Doe is going to get home. Villager. Whoopsie. Oh, he's actually skirting Yam. But he didn't realize. That's unfortunate. He actually would have maybe got away with that. I mean, it's difficult because the dagger throws, right? Is there still a way for John Doe? It is a really good map for White Tower Rush is the thing. So what makes you believe there's still a way for him to crack this egg? And oh my god, it gets better. Is he actually doing this? It feels like it because Lash, getting exposed on small pockets of resources. He's spreading wider now. He's going for the crossbow switch up. But remember, guys, crossbows is not the counter to Earl's Guard you think it is. If you do it as a desperation play, as a reactionary play, you end up losing the crossbows before they scale. So it's very important to get up to like 10 crossbowmen before you start fighting with the Earl's Guard. Otherwise, the dagger throw just keeps one hit killing you. Now, the cool thing about Mongols isn't just the Kurotai. It's actually going to be the Yam aura from the Deerstone and Outposts that allows you to quickly chase down Earl's Guard. Yeah, because at that point, you're basically mirroring speed with them. I'm kind of impressed. Jondo has unlocked level 2 mana. He's only down by 7 workers. Like, considering how this game looked just 5 minutes ago, Jean has done remarkably well to pull himself back up. And Kurotai is going to still be a big problem for a direct fight for him. Does feel like Jean's going to need an eventual transition to a new unit type. Relics are now on Lash's radar. Right, that's probably like the little ping in your mind reminding you, oh yeah, relics are a thing. I guess this white tower's kind of tricky. Yeah, it does somewhat cut off your entry, but oh, what? Jean still doesn't have wheelbarrow. Nice little stab in there. As soon as I say things get good, look at the count again. Lash now up by 11 workers. John is at least padding himself further now with the manners. But we have got a switch up coming. Lash is looking to move towards Keshix. I never really stopped to look at the Khan Hunters. I don't know how I feel about them. How they look anyway. I guess like they don't need to look epic. It's actually a good thing that they don't look truly epic, as they are just a support unit, Oh, wait, is he moving up river? There's no fish, so it should just be for him playing towards boar and deer. Jean's pretty much just stuck on mana food. Yeah, he can't get anything else. I mean, he hasn't even got room to set up farms. It's not bad food income, right? 60 per spot. And no, there's 6 relics in total. So there's 4 relics revealed, and then there's 2 that are in these Forgotten Ruins. So you have to harvest them for 6 minutes straight, non-stop, with a villager, and then you dig up a relic. It's a really cool dynamic, actually, to create maps that have more relics. I like the way that we started to leverage this with map designers as well. Because here's the thing. The reason why most maps have 5 relics is because if you add more relics, fast castle relic rushes become kind of broken, right? It seems like Achery will be out of control. But the cool thing is, by sticking those extra relics inside Forgotten Ruins, you actually don't enable, you punish fast castling civs, really. Because it takes 6 minutes to get these out. Fast castle builds are like 8-9 minutes and you're there. So just think about the ramifications of like that and what you'd have to do. Like, to be prepped for your timing, you'd have to sack one of your villagers early into Forgotten Ruins to get stone that you don't want to go into anyway if your target is relics. So it's a very smart balancing dynamic to ensure that you could have maps that have 7-8 relics and it not be OP. What might still be OP isn't. Yeah, Imp versus 9 manas? Actually, John Doe isn't going for the extra 3. He's switching Hobbler. Oh, God. This is going to be a flip of a coin, isn't it? If Lash rolls bad... Actually, no, I don't think he's in trouble. With Kurtai and crossbows, like, how the hell does John Doe send it? I like how we looked like we were having a pretty intriguing comeback game. And then as soon as you believe for a second it can happen, it's just fast into Imp for the Mongols. This Civ and its obsession with the same thing over and over and over again. It begins. Wee pow time, baby. Your dream. I mean, I guess not that bad when there's a white tower just across from you. I think ideally you're looking for something like the Knights. But don't worry, guys. When this wee pow completes, then he'll get the Nest of Bees. That will also be pretty useless here against Master Elsgard. How goes the trade on this map? It's not too bad. But it's set up in a way that it's not really your first resort. It's more like a backup plan down the line. Alright, we are most interested in this. He just got Military Academy, so this is going to ramp up the speed that he gets units out the Karganet. Hobbler are seeking targets on the flanks. Dangerous for Lash considering he's out here blind. Maybe not so blind. The Gert actually tips him off early. Nice. And we've got Horse Archers. Yes. Okay. Yes, there's Hobbler coming, but this is something that can help address the old guard count. And it's not like Jean Do can scale Hobbler quickly here. He's got 500 food income a minute. Yeah, reminder, this Karganet is good enough to contest all of the manas currently. Kurtai, quite a scary fort here with a Hui Power. Reminder that the Kurtai buffs bonus damage. You already do 675 damage to buildings. It'll put you up at demolishment damage of like 800. So we have got a shift towards the north side, though. Both players playing for the gold. Okay, that, I mean... Hui Pow paying off, baby! How about that? Oh, wow, I get this terrible siege weapon, and all of a sudden, things to siege. Yeah, so watch the damage numbers. This is a pretty potent kick up in damage. 675. Boom. Up to 810. So, 6 shots and a castle dies. That's a pretty damn good deal. Hobbler being mirrored by the Keshiks. And we do have Magadai coming, so Range Mass is going to keep scaling. Good for kiting, good for killing, and then maybe... Yeah, okay, that's the jackpot. You either wanted Palace Guard or you wanted Roost Knights. Because right now, the weakness of Lash is he doesn't really have a good front line. That's going to fix it. The hobble. No! Oh, Jean. He didn't see anything here but the catapult. He thought, oh, yeah, I'm going to be able to just kill the Trebuchet for free. Another problem is Jean Do can't really afford the stone to repair this. So it is going to eventually go down, but I mean, he's not too far off for getting Imperial. I just think Lash isn't far off for pushing. And my worry is that this rate, Jean Do, he may get him, but there's no way in hell you're allowed to win guard this, surely. And you get 5 Palace Guard. 5 very tanky Palace Guard because they have Battle Hardened as well, so 210 HP. So yeah, this print of units gets you in a fight, raw HP-wise, 1050 HP. It's a pretty good deal, even more so when you consider they have armor on top of that. And oh my god, he's getting them. Alright, the RNG is good for Lash. We've just gone Palace Guard into Night Roll. The Psychopath has gone Wing Guard. Wait, what? I wasn't expecting this. I thought he'd feel too threatened. I mean, he's built it very, very far away. And Lash's army is majority range, so it's not like he's got an immediate way of burning all the buildings, but the Kurotai is posturing for it. I imagine when Lash hears that tech up, it's going to be a rush in. Wee Pow is pretty impressive here, by the way, guys. Because this is not a Lancaster Castle build, the Wee Pow is capable of almost one-hitting with the Kurotai buff into manas. Yeah, it should get it low enough to put it on fire, actually. White Tower now in trouble. It's going to be a dive forward. Doesn't care about it. It's a fully garrison one, but whoop-de freaking doodah. Those Ulsgard have to come out to play. No repair force being pulled, so Jean Do gonna have to bail on the ford. Has at least sniped out a few of the offenders, but the army size is ridiculous. 91 to 39. Lash, he moves deeper, gets ready for the catch, and there it is. Ulsgard spring out of the clown car. Several go down straight away. Torches out now for the manas. This is how you kill Jean Do. You strip him of his real economy. So we did have some Keshiks sneaking around the side, so a little bit of poke raids there. This is becoming suffocating. Lash is watching both flanks for any sort of sneak out and dives into the main. And GG gets cool. There you go. Your classic experience. You think you're coming back. You think you're winning against Mongols. And then they do what they always bloody do. Imperial Age. It's always the same with them, isn't it? Why is the bounty the same for burning a big keep in a farm? I don't know. I guess they just don't keep many loaves of bread in either of them, you know? I'm just tracking things. So we should have enough time to definitely do game 2. I've got a meeting really soon. So, boys are getting in lobby now. If this runs over and like there's a game 3, what I'll do is I'll probably raid through to one of the lads. Because I am limited on time here. I've got a meeting soon. Thought I'd have enough time. I think we should be fine, though. What's this about Amazon Games making a MOBA? March of Giants? I don't think I ever heard of this. Almost looks more RTS-y than MOBA. Maybe not. Huh. I might have to look into that. I am a man of mobiliness, you know. Jean Do whipped. I just hope he brought the safe word. Coming to NA LAN? Hell no. Coming to America? What, dude, I'll probably enter America and they'll try to, like, tax me tariffs on my net worth. Luckily, I'm not a millionaire, but it'll still be too expensive. Yeah, they'd have to pay me. I mean, they're a volunteer org, I get it, but, like, I'm not, definitely not flying there on my buck. Hell no. But, like, it's, I mean, I hope in 2026, at least with people who have the money, we get to the point where it's not like voluntary stuff. Like Rising Empires, you can at least understand, but even they were willing to pay people where possible. All right, where are we at? Boys in game? No. Oh, I need to pay out bets as well, don't I? Money. Damn. Person with 3% on John Doe is like, he's doing it! He's getting the Lancaster build! And where are we going actually, game 2? Let me check. Oh, about to find out. Yo. Dry Arabia. Sushi versus Biz. It's not terrible for Sushi. I think this is like an okay-ish matchup. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for the Battle of the Casters. Take 2. That's right. Lash able to win one up for German casters everywhere. But can he close it out in 2? That's what we're here to find out. Byzantines for Lash. Jean Do on the Sushi. And pretty good spawn. However, Lash did get a retracted deer to make Jean Do's life harder. And triple backberry. Okay, not to mention the very forward tree line that's quite wallable here. Now, I think you're pretty content with this if you're Lash. This looks like a decent spawn. He even gets the maximum value mining camp. Sorry, maximum value mine camp. There you go. I just like, you gotta say it like mine as if you're spelling M-E-I-N. That's pretty damn good. System placement is also going to be able to, what, buff everything? Yeah, even the tree line. All right, you're loving life. Guys, this is a great start for Lash. All right, we'll go 2xp because I think we're a few seconds behind live. For those that don't know these two, Lash ranks pretty damn highly. Lash is sitting, I believe, probably like top 100. Yeah, 80th in the world right now, this guy in yellow. Over here in the red, Jean Do usually leans a bit lower in the 200 to 300 rank range. So this account's 296th. And then you got Jean Do the second. I think that might also be him, which is ranked 232nd. Sushi, though. Borders on the type of pick that you just feel like you're winning the game, right? It's not quite China. It's got some, I'd say, clearer weaknesses, especially earlier on than China does. But definitely no slouch either. Sheep Hall, looking reasonable in the opening, just nothing crazy. I wonder if Jean could maybe just play onto deer on the north side and go aggressive. We are going to get a meditation garden a little bit closer to home than I would have liked. Yeah, I don't think Jean Do realizes the meditation garden here is just, I think, better, right? He might get 6 less food, but he'll get 25 more gold. But yeah, he just wants the efficient time on the tech up. Grand Winery now coming in. So how does this matchup normally play? You can try to deny pro scouts as Byzantines. Normally you're going to be opening Limitane, which can encourage your opponent to go into Chug. But if your opponent goes Chug, you're pretty content with just going Lombo or Jav. I quite like Lombo. I think it scales nicely defensively. Because you know eventually Sushi are going to try to rush castle. And that's when you don't want to be caught out of the base necessarily. Like sometimes you just find yourself pinned in. And Lombos tend to be a very good defensive unit. You don't get wood 2. You'd 100% get wood 2 from here. You kidding me? You get like more wood actually. Or the same. I think he's probably like, if he moved it there... Yeah, I think he'd just miss out on 6 food, but gain 25 gold. Alright, Tech up complete. Did we do predictions? I think I forgot to do predictions this time. Let's get you guys bathing in the predickies. I'll give you 1 minute. Gamble your life away, children. A lot of stone. Yeah, it's just like the timing's so much better because of the efficiency on the mining camp, right? He is going to switch to just 1 on stone, but this might be because Lash is planning to pull the gold workers across. Because you only need so much gold in feudal, right? Like, you're thinking primary techs around blacksmiths eventually. Wheelbarrow, of course, in the meantime. Quite nice to have. He's just going to jam that big boy in there. Yeah, for good reason. It buffs both tree lines. And Pro Scouts has been locked in. So, yeah, exactly what we would expect out of a Sushi pick so far. And I was really hoping. I just don't think this no Pro Scouts approach to Sushi is going to trickle down too quickly. We've mainly been seeing it only from B at the moment, but I think it's very promising. How are the predictions going? So lock-in was 62% for Lash. 38% for Jondo is respectable, though. The interesting thing is when this gets into the castle rush, because with Lash's build, like he's scaling systems. Normally, once you have level 5 system, your #1 priority is getting castle. Because then you get a lot of mercenaries. It's the efficiency play. With the level 5 Conscriptio, your Golden Horn Tower is double efficiency. That's really good for starting to blow up a quality army in castle. And then the follow-up play you'll see out of most Byzantine players is they actually quite like running Cataphract into Sushi. Because the idea is that if you scale Lombo, your opponent's probably going to want to add in Nest of Bees, but he can't against Cata. Cataphracts also contest Lancers very well, 1-to-1. As they should, considering how much more expensive they are. Jean with the early PG play. Interesting. And yeah. Lash at this point, he's probably just making cha-ching noises on stream. What did he get on the neutral? Oh, dude, okay, like, even more cha-ching. If your opponent does go Mass Palace Guard, you could just switch Musafadi. Is there anything this spawn doesn't have? A weakness. Yeah, like I don't know, like it would be nice to have smaller tree lines on the south side. That would just complete the absurdness. But nah, dude, like if you're Lash, you're smiling and you're like, you know, you got a little religious necklace on, you're kissing that, you're like, yeah, I like to thank Jeebus. Without him I couldn't have done this. Goodness. It's been enough patrolling. So this is part of why you go for the Palace Guards, to skewer the deer from the enemy side. But keep in mind that Lash can go into Lombos now. Lombos aren't terrible at dealing with Palace Guard, actually. You just need to be careful about your timings and the sizing. But like we said, an even easier play would just be Musafadi. You don't get wood, you get loads of wood, man. Look at all the wood. It's so organic the way that you can play this map. I think for Jondo, it may actually be a very big negative if he just plays defensively. So props to him for actually spamming the Horseman Spear. Spear especially is pretty ballsy here, because you'd be expecting Lombo, but now it is actually going to be Horseman justifying it. Villager in trouble. Has got the Acrotoy, but doesn't activate it. There we go. Comes through now. Too late, however. So it will be a villager kill. Jondo able to dodge the rest of the threats. Palace Guard have also now arrived. Lash is a little bit vulnerable here. Yeah, he's spread wide. So Jondo going to find a second worker kill. Make it a third. All right, this is going pretty bad for Lash right now. Yeah, he was greedy, guys. He had everything he needed for Lombos for ages, but he never queued them up. He wanted that double timing. I think what he was hoping is to read what Jondo was doing. And then, just in case, you know, if you for some reason needed javelins, he'd just have a back-to-back pump for a perfect counter. Horseman. From Lash now going to be able to intercept, so at least going to finally slow down the Pro Scouts a bit. But Jondo is starting to save upper towards the castle play. I mean, we've got some more PG coming in, but he's holding 1,000 food in reserve. Lash does need a daisy chain in, so level 5 system will be activated soon. He's got a lot of sheep at home. He just doesn't want to resort to it. It looks like he will resecure the base. So shoves him out. Walls should be able to now go up. You need to be very careful with Jean with the spears, as Lombos are the perfect counter. And he's only got one spear left. Horseman, try to just jump through, but more Limitane are coming. Lash actually just stands his ground. Air clicks his way through. Yeah, it would be a nice moment just to pull the Lombos back slightly, but ends up losing two. Wow, Jean reinvests again. I don't think a longer feudal age is good for Jean. So there's some things that are nice, which is you've got all this deer, and you're going to have a better gathering rate. But remember, your gathering rate's not that much better when you're up against the system, level 5, as well as the berries, right? The mercenary timings are really important here. Like, Lash has got enough berries in his base to generate olive oil to get him up to about 20 Lombos, which is really powerful. Not just that, Lash, did you guys see what he just done? He got Exploratores. Yeah, so all of a sudden, worker snipers. Pretty good idea out in the gold. It's only going to take him 5 hits to get a kill, and he'll get paid for it. Systems need a different minimap look? No, no, it's totally reasonable that when you look at it, you think someone's just walled in their own base weirdly. Horseman. Good reactions out of Jean. Wait, shivs? I don't like that. Oh, that was greedy. I don't think he expected Exploratores. Lash gets a freebie, gets away. Needed it as well after those earlier losses. Lombos are now going to start squaring up. Jean has got Horseman and full reinvestment. Okay. So this is now quite tricky for Lash. He does have military leap right now, but his comp does not retreat. Lombos is going to slow him down a lot. If he gets jumped in a fight, he can't run away. And the problem is, Jondo's entire comp is about chase. Palsguard, a quicker men-at-arms. Horseman, the fastest unit we're going to get here. Lash did not really bring that many Limitane. Only 6 in total. Lash is going to come in. Horsemen are hitting the Lombos because Lash just keeps trying to turn for the trade without throwing the Limitane forward. He finally does it. Difficult to hang around long. Still, I think he lost too many Lombos there, right? Like, Jondo, he's got enough Palsguard just to keep brute forcing this now. Not to mention the Horseman. I mean, there's not many Lombos left for him to target down, but the most important part for Jean is the Palsguard. As this number gets up, Lash is going to be in quite the tricky predicament. Also, keep in mind that Lash has good food income for now, but he doesn't have an olive growth transition whatsoever. So at this rate, we're looking at a race between who's going to run out of food first. Spearman. He's got the stab down. A lot of horsemen thrown away by Jean. I mean, we talked about enabling the Palsguard. That's his #1 prerogative. But Lash, he still has, what, enough olive oil left to probably get 2 more pumps of Lombos, and Lombos are, I guess you call them a soft counter to Palsguard. They're very good as they bulk up at sniping them down in Feudal Age. It is difficult to get that count as you're seeing, though. Like, this is not your normal type of game where we're talking about 20 Lombos at 15 minutes and Jondo just losing PG 1 by 1. Not just that, look at the macro. Castle is just around the corner. And this, guys, is why Feudal Men-at-Arms can be such a powerful play when you can justify it. If you get an advantage and you push towards your opponent's base, the moment you age up, you have got one hell of a scary army ready to dive. He's already going to start knocking Lash. He pulled all the way back, so he actually didn't posture on the wall. Yeah, but Jondo is showing a lot of respect, actually. Mountain Academy now on the way. Lash, he's thinking tech still as well himself, but he's got a bit of way to go. At least afford another group of Lombos. And okay, so this explains why Lash played really defensive after that. He has got Olive Groves coming in. Oh, interesting. John. He gets his tech up. Normally you'd be expecting Lancer, but a good thing he's not with so many Limitane. He's just got a beneficial situation. 15 Palace Guard. You just don't really often say that of Shu Shi. John playing this very differently. Gon Hunter now being erected. Remember, level 5 with the system means that he's going to be pumping out mercenaries for free every about a minute and a half. And guys, do you notice what he's doing here? Yeah. Please tell me he is. This is really important, guys. He's up against Mass Palace Guard. What did we say is the best play here at the start? What makes this spawn even more ridiculous than you first realize? Muso Fadi. Muso Fadi is the answer to Mass Palace Guard. You mirror their movement speed. You get bonus against heavy. You can even turn into good raiders later on. Oh my god. We might have the perfect situation for a Muso Fadi switch. And John, I mean, he would have scouted this trade post, but unlike Twitch chat that obsesses over it, I don't think he checked what's in it. Tech up complete. Veterancy's being unlocked. I think a Muso Fadi switch makes way too much sense here. Will Lash realize, though? It's going to be a march into the farms. Lash will have to pull back. Counterfracts get queued. Limitane are not going to be able to hold long. Lombos need a hell of a lot of time. Jondo already has ranged armor too. Yeah, Lash, he doesn't seem to care about the Muso. It's just full cataphract. That's crazy. I mean, in fairness, it's melee or build ranged. If you build ranged, they can't lose health, right? They stay away from the fight. So maybe just Lash doesn't feel like he has enough olive oil to justify Muso. Trusting the cataphracts instead. And John, this has been an expensive dive, man. It's going to cost him like 10 of the Palace Guard. He achieves some idle time, but what he really needs is some worker kills, which just doesn't seem feasible here. No, not a single soul dropped. Maybe this one here. Okay, there we go. He gets a kill for his troubles. John has got a new wave coming, but the problem with Palace Guard Flood, same as Men-at-Arms, Cheese, you're on the clock. The moment you reveal the play, you're just waving a giant signal flag of what you're doing. You're saying, yo, this gets countered. Like, build heavy cav, build crossbows, please. Horseman Raiders at least get blocked out, so it looks like he will get one more kill there. Generates a little bit of gold off it, and we do now have the monks being queued up by Lash. I think if he gets 3 relics, like, Muso is a very, very powerful play. Because then you've got enough olive oil to truly keep justifying it. Instead, he goes a different way. It's going to be crossbowman. Yeah, Jean already prepping horseman, though. It's a little bit weird to see Lash going crossbowman after going mass lombo. You're building 2 unit types that get countered by the same thing. It's kind of ridiculous the way that like Byzantines is already competing on eco with Sushi. Like, keep in mind that Lash is about to be out of finite food, so this is just on the olive groves now. Yeah, I don't know. Like there was this worry for a second. Oh my god, he's gonna starve, but he's contesting, man. Between the food and the olive oil, he's definitely not behind. And this, folks, this is the power system. You know, 2TC meta might be dead, but have you heard of 5 system meta? It's even more disgusting. Secures the gold. And we do indeed have Lash neck. Not that high value here. I mean, it's not too bad in the Horseman Palace Guard, just not crazy. And the Nesta Beast, guys, this is what we warned about and against. You see mass lombos, the bait play for Shushi is to react with Nesta Bees. It's a bait play because cataphracts are perfect siege snipers. Now, a long time ago, people just thought cataphracts sucked because they thought of them like a heavy cav unit. They're not. Back then, they were also slower than standard heavy cav, so definitely they weren't then. They're so much more than that. They're not meant to be a raider as much as they can also be a chunky front line, but also the optimal siege sniping cavalry, even more so than horsemen. Because horsemen can get body blocked. These guys don't know what bodies look like. That's just more road for their horses to walk on. John is definitely leaning heavily into this. We've got double Nest of Bees. They didn't have a charge when they came out. I'm pretty sure Cataphracts always had trample. I'm certain of that. They always had trample. It might have been that you needed to research it, but it was definitely always there. Burn on the relics. Uh-oh. Well, Jean, he worked hard to get 4 relics. They might not be here long. Cataphract are now going to forward. Trample. Wait, what was that trample? Oh my god, please use the other ones. There we go. But no, he's not respecting the building. He has still reached one of them. Lombo Crossbow's trying to trade out here. I mean, it's still looking good despite the heavy damage to the lash. The Cataphracts chase it away. One Nest of Bees down. Second one to fall. Even the Scout gets bonus damage against Siege. It's all falling apart. Jean, who went 2 TC behind this, he's got no recourse. GG gets called. Lash will make it a 2-0. Deflects German casting over French casting. There we fall. I shouldn't say that too loudly, though, because he can always just summon Marine Lord to back up the French boys. They had trample, but they couldn't do a charge to get speed to attack something. No, they always had the charge. The thing that you're forgetting, like, they always had the charge, but because they were slower, it didn't feel like it gap closed. That's really what you mean. Like, they don't have, like, a target charge. They get, like, the trample to, like, speed up and charge in a bit. But the thing you have to keep in mind, it wasn't like that they were like slower on the charge. It's just that because they were slower by default, their charge was slower, if that makes sense. But, guys, it has been a blast. We are almost 5 hours deep. I think that's decent for a Friday. Really might need to start turning this into community night. We'll see. Like, if we keep growing, like I said, if we keep growing, we can start doing community nights again. I do kind of miss them. We had a lot of fun with that. So we'll see how it goes. But it might be something we aim to do a little bit later in the year. But we could raid Lash. You know what? Guys, this is how it works. There is more of you than there are of the German community in there right now. So when you go in, you need to say this. So when you hop into Lash's stream, congrats. You're now an English stream. There's more of us. There's your copy pasta. Guys, that is going to be it for today. I will be back on Monday when KPMM will get into its round of 16s, and there's plenty of stacked matchups, so you don't want to miss that. Make sure you're on the Discord. Make sure you're following here with notifications turned on so you know when we go live. Thank you very much for watching. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Kick, stream's going to end now. For Twitch, we're going to raid on through. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Remember, get your subs in as well, whether it's live or later. Drop them in so we can hit our goals.